meeting to order for January 23rd, 2024. Roll call, please.
Mayor O'Connell,
Present.
Vice Mayor Davila,
Present.
Councilmember Avalos,
Present.
Councilmember Ramos,
Present.
Councilmember Rios,
Present.
City Treasurer De La Paz,
Present.
City Manager Houston,
Present.
City Attorney Salinas.
Present.
Meeting compensation disclosure. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54952.3, disclosure of compensation for meeting attendance by City Council members, $790 monthly, regardless of the amount of meetings.
Okay, so we've got item number 1. Can you read that to the?
Mr. Mayor, before we go, I just want the record to reflect that we do have
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez participating remotely. She is staying at the Portola Hotel and Spa, and the address is 2 Portola Plaza, Monterey, California. She's there on state business. She's in room 360. There's a notice on her door that posts that she's at that access and she's participating in accordance with the traditional rules for remote participation. There's a new set of rules when you're sick and emergencies pop up. This is not that kind of remote participation. She's here in the traditional rules that would allow a member of the public theoretically to go into the room and listen in on the conversation there. Councilman Alvarez, is all that true?
All of that is correct, and as of right now, there's no one in the age of 18 in the room with me.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and thank you for now letting everybody know that I was reminded like 20 times to make that announcement and that I forgot and don't think I have a bad memory. Okay, so do we have to take a vote on that?
No.
Not at all. Okay, good. Okay, item number 1, please.
The City Council will issue a proclamation declaring the month of January 2024 as National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month in the City of Southgate.
Okay, and receiving this will be Donnie Sanchez. Yes, come on up, and this is going to be read by Councilmember Joshua Burrow.
Thank you, Mayor. Proclamation declaring National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month, January 2024. Whereas human trafficking is a global and fastest growing criminal industry that affects people of all ages, all races, age, and gender. And whereas human trafficking is a borderless crime that has stripped nearly 25 million people of their safety, dignity, and liberty, and disproportionately affected historically underserved and marginalized communities. And whereas California ranks third among the states in the number of potential reports of human trafficking. And whereas we reaffirm our commitment to ending this inhuman and immoral practice in all of its form, and as we bring the perpetrators to justice, we renew our pledge to help survivors recover and rebuild their lives. And whereas preventing human trafficking in Southgate includes active public and private efforts to help reorganize and acknowledge its existence. It is time for all of us to start a conversation, take appropriate actions by reporting to local law enforcement, and support one another to create a safe environment for all residents. And whereas many organizations such as the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office, the Southgate Police Department, and currently nonprofit organizations such as Compator and committed to end human trafficking in Southgate and provide essential crisis intervention and preventive services to all members in our community. Now, therefore, we proclaim on this 23rd day of January 2024 that I, Gil Hurtado, Mayor of the City of Southgate, on behalf of the City Council and the citizens, do hereby proclaim the month of January 2024 as Human Trafficking Prevention Month in the City of Southgate, and urge all community members to support the efforts of the agencies assisting victims of human trafficking, and urge all local governments, schools, businesses, and community members to be aware and report any suspicious activity to the local police department and help shine a light on trafficking. Signed, Gil Hurtado, Mayor.
Okay, so let's you want to say a few words there,
Sure, I'll say, my mom. Okay, now, Detective Donnie Sanchez, Southgate Police Department. I want to thank you for allowing me the time to speak on behalf of countless unhurt victims. As mentioned, human trafficking has been quoted as referred to as a modern day slavery. It's appalling to think that this exists in modern day, but it does, and over 1 million people are affected globally. Trafficking consists of compelling or coercing a person to provide labor or services or to engage in commercial sex acts, accomplished both physically or psychologically. Trafficking victims can be anyone regardless of age, race, gender, as mentioned. That's very true. It's anybody. And they prey on members of marginalized communities and other vulnerable individuals, including children on welfare, children in the juvenile justice system, runaway, and homeless youth. That's why it's important for us to talk to our children about this and spread the word. It's very important that we to speak to them. And something that I find a fact. Most people may think that traffickers are strangers. In fact, there have been studies that 44% of those traffickers are people known to your family or known associates. So it's not always strangers. Law enforcement in Southgate Police Department is going to continue to fight the war, and we're going to be providing special programs and initiatives. You mentioned Combatire. That's something that I looked into. It's one of the resources out there. And the programs help identify the victims and hold traffickers accountable for what they do with their actions. And I am proud that the city of Southgate stands united in the fight against human trafficking. God bless you all, and God bless Southgate.
Thank you. Come on. Take a picture, I guess. Yes.
Detective Sanchez, thank you for sharing that presentation, but as it relates to the Union South and City of South Quejas, we talk about 1 million people affected here, and I'm thinking of the border crisis we had over the last year or two. How is it playing out here in our community?
It's everywhere. It's global. And over millions of people are affected by this. LA County as well. And they don't really, sometimes they may appear as normal citizens amongst us, and you never know the difference. But it's closer to home than you think.
Yeah, just to add to that, as I work in compliance banking, I do BSA AML investigations for private bank, preferred bank, where I work. And 5 years ago, our biggest thing was drug trafficking, money laundering, and illicit funds. But starting maybe 3 years ago, we started seeing more of our cases be human trafficking cases, microstructuring, a lot of things like that. So it's something that's happening. It's the private sector is aware of it as well, and there's a lot of things that we need to be aware of when this happens. But thank you, and I'm very proud that our city is ahead of it. Thank you.
Everybody squeeze in. Make sure that you get Councilwoman Avalos in the background. Smile.
Will do. 1, 2, 3.
You're there, okay?
Yay, thank you.
Thank you. And yes, thank you so much for your work. Very. Okay, item number 2, please.
The City Council will issue a proclamation declaring the month of January 2024 as National Mental Health Wellness Month.
Councilwoman Pilar, will you be able to read that from there?
Yes, I will.
Excellent, thank you so much.
So this is a proclamation declaring National Mental Wellness Month, January 2024, whereas National Mental Wellness Month is an annual campaign to focus attention on mental health issues and the need to maintain and sustain your mental health despite the ups and downs of life. And whereas about 1 in 5 adults in the United States suffer from mental health issues, which can be more pronounced during Christmas and New Year's celebrations, causing sharp increase in seasonal depression, loneliness, and post-celebration blues. And whereas Mental Wellness Month serves as a reminder to maintain and sustain your mental health despite the hardships of life. And whereas while many make resolutions that include exercise, weight loss, and better physical maintenance, it is just as important that mental health be included in the improvement of the overall physical health. And whereas some ways to improve mental health include spending time with loved ones, showing gratitude, planning a trip, taking better care of yourself, and whereas it is important that we remove the stigma associated with seeking help, where contrary to popular belief, therapy is not just for the mentally ill or those suffering from mental health issues, but teaches essential life skills that increase emotional intelligence, improves quality of work and relationships, and contributes to a more relaxed, stress-free life. And whereas Mental Wellness Month is celebrated every year as a reminder to take better care of your mental health, release stress, become happier, and improve the quality of your relationships. Now therefore be it proclaimed that on the 23rd day of January 2024,
Uh-oh. Are you there?
yes, I'm here.
Okay. You froze after the day.
My internet connection is not stable, so maybe if I turn off my camera, it might become stable. Let me try that. Okay, is that even better?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Do hereby proclaim the month of January 2024 as National Mental Wellness Month and urge everyone to dedicate themselves to become more aware of their mental health. Signed, Yolanda, Mayor for the City of Southgate. Thank you, and go ahead.
I was just gonna say, you know, all the proclamations here are supported by the entire council, but I wanted to make sure that Councilwoman Avalos read it. She is, again, very much a fighter in this cause. We all are, but she has been on the forefront of this issue. And thank you for reading that, Councilwoman Avalos.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Detective Medrano with the Southgate Police Department. On behalf of the Southgate Police Department, we want to thank you for bringing awareness to this issue that frankly affects a lot of people, especially in our community. As a police department, we continue to work helping families that we encounter, whether it's during our calls for service or when we're, getting contacted by the families. We're providing them the appropriate resources that can help them and their loved ones navigate through this or the illness that they may be suffering from. I pride myself in being involved in the mental health team patrolling, so we have a really good relationship with the Department of Mental Health, and we really enjoy the partnerships that we have because it allows us to learn from them and them to learn from us. We've helped numerous families going either for follow-ups or at calls for service who may be going through a crisis. We've helped them, we've provided resources, and it's important that you bring up the stigma, right? It's everywhere, but we see it a lot in the Latino community when we encounter people who have loved ones that might be going through depression or anxiety, bipolar disorder, and they they kind of just set it off to the side, and we help them. We help them, tell them that it's okay to not be okay, and it's okay to get help. There's nothing wrong with that. So thankfully, with the partnerships we have with DMH, we really, I can proudly say we've helped a lot of families who are dealing with this type of issue, and we'll continue doing it. We'll continue working and helping them out. It's really necessary, and it's important. Like Councilmember Aldo said, it's important to take care of our mental health, and we're going to keep helping our community out as well. So thank you.
And thank you for the work that you're doing. Any comments? Okay, so stay right there, because you're gonna be receiving the next one as well. So item number 3.
The City Council will issue a proclamation declaring the month of January 2024 as National Humanitarian Month.
Okay, this one's gonna be read by my colleague here, Councilmember Rios.
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome everybody here tonight, and I'm very pleased to read this proclamation for National Mentoring Month, January 2024. Whereas National Mentoring Month is an annual campaign to focus attention on the needs for mentors who provide positive examples for our young people, and whereas the City of Southgate honors volunteers, mentors who support young people by showing up for them every day and demonstrating their commitment to helping them thrive, and whereas mentoring programs make our communities and our state stronger by establishing impactful relationships that increase social capital for people and provide invaluable support networks, and whereas quality mentoring promotes healthy relationships and communication, positive self-esteem, emotional well-being, and growth in youth and their relationship with other adults. Whereas students who meet regularly with their mentors are more than 52% less likely than their peers to skip a day of school, and youth who face an opportunity but have a mentor are 55% more likely to be enrolled in college than those who do not have a mentor. And whereas National Mentoring Month is a time of the year to celebrate, and encourage mentoring across our state and recruit caring adults, mentors in the City of Southgate. Now therefore, be it proclaimed on this 23rd day of January that I, Gil Hurtado, Mayor of the City of Southgate, on behalf of the City Council and citizens, do hereby proclaim the month of January, May 24th, as National Mentoring Month, and urge everyone to dedicate themselves to becoming a mentor in their community. Mayor Hurtado.
Thank you. Sarah?
Again, thank you for recognizing this, and it's an important program that we truly value, and I'm sure you value it as well. And you know, we, as a police department, take every opportunity that we can to try to mentor the youth that we encounter, even if at times it's only for a few minutes that we get. But we always try to cause a positive impact in their life. And our, biggest example is our Explorer program as well. I mean, we've impacted so many of the youth's lives, whether they continue wanting a career in law enforcement or not. But we help them instill confidence, self-esteem, leadership skills, and they really enjoy that. It really gives them like a sense of ownership for themselves and whatever it is that they decide to do. So we really enjoy mentorship anytime that we get. Just a quick note, I did get an opportunity to visit the Sunburst Youth Academy in Los Alamitos, and which, by the way, they really want you guys to visit and tour. So they did want me to mention that. But it's so important. It's basically a 5-month residential program for youth that are at risk of not graduating, and they instill mentorship so much. And I encourage, if we're able to try to mentor someone that you may encounter, and that's an awesome program. I've referred a lot of families to that program for their children. So just we continue working and trying to impact these kids' lives. That's so important to do, and ultimately they're going to be the future in this city, and we want to try to cause as much of a positive impact as we can in their lives. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for what you're doing. Again, I think, I look at the youth program that we have there at the park. A lot of our coaches right now, or kids I coach, they were much younger. But, I see how our police department is heavily engaged in a lot of activities. And as you said, maybe just a little while, but maybe even a whole lot longer. But they're engaged in so many activities like Halloween events, Christmas events, and other things, reading to the students at the schools. And I'm just very proud of our police department, how they've been engaged in a lot of opportunities to mentor. So,
Thank you.
any other comments before we go and take a picture?
Well, Mayor, I just want to say that thank you for the good work you do to the young people in our community, but I want to say also, I think there's a lot of mentors all around this room. Everybody's mentoring somebody, and it's so important that, and thank you for your service, because, it's just, that's an honorable way to help other people, and even today, as old as I am, I have mentors, so I always look up to people, so it's always a way of learning and growing, so, thank you.
Thank you.
So we're gonna wait on the picture, photo, until the next one. The next one's gonna be for Laura Maldonado. And, Councilwoman, Vice President. Well, I made a mistake. He called me Madam earlier. That's okay.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, every time, yes. Thank you.
Item number 4, the city council will issue a proclamation declaring the month of February 2024 as National Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month in the city of Southfield.
Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month, February 2024, whereas teen dating violence include physical, psychological, emotional, and sexual abuse, harassment, or stalking of any person aged 12 to 18 in the context of past or present romantic dating or consensual relationship. And whereas roughly 1.5 million high school students in the U.S. admit to being intentionally hit or physically harmed in the last year by someone they are romantically involved with, and out of those who experience intimate partners violence, whether in form of stalking or sexual, physical assault, 15% of men and 26% of women have become victims before they turn 18. And whereas male and female teens are equally likely to perpetrate and experience dating violence, and whereas the Southfield Police Department has and will continue to host trainings to identify victims of teen dating violence and prevent youth from becoming victims. And whereas preventing teen dating violence in Southfield includes active public and private efforts to help recognize and acknowledge its existence, as it is time for all of us to start conversations and take appropriate actions by reporting to local law enforcement, the Department of Children and Family Services, and school officials of such incidents, and support of another to create a safe environment for all residents. And whereas any organization such as the Southfield Police Department, partnering with nonprofit organizations such as East Los Angeles Women's Center, Human Service Association, are committed to ending teen dating violence in Southfield and provide essential crisis intervention and prevention services to all members of our community. Now therefore be proclaimed that in this 23rd day of January, that I, Gil Hurtado, Mayor of the City of Southfield, on behalf of the City Council and citizens, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2024 as National Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month in the City of Southfield. I urge all community members to support the effort of the agency assisting victims in teen dating violence, from all local governments, schools, business, and community members to be aware and report any suspicious activity to local police department and help shine a light on teen dating violence.
Thank you. I'm Laura Maldonado with Southgate Police Department, and I thank you for recognizing teen dating violence as such an important issue to be recognized. Teen dating violence affects the most vulnerable population, and it also sets the foundation for future abusive relationships, which is why it's so important to recognize it. Teen dating violence is a crime. It's not a phase that two teenagers will overcome without the proper guidance and support. Like domestic violence, teen dating violence is an intergenerational cycle. Being part of the Family Violence Prevention Program for many years, I've had mothers and daughters sit in the same support group. We've had sisters placed in domestic violence shelters within a week of one another, and we've had mothers and sons come to counseling because they were both in abusive relationships. It's a terrible cycle, but it's a cycle that can be stopped. Southgate Police Department will continue to work with the resources we have to break the cycle of teen dating violence, and we will continue to build a foundation with our community partners to help those affected by this crime. Thank you.
Anything else you want to add, Chief? I think your staff has done a very good job in all the proclamations that were read tonight, and you might want to add a word or two.
I do. Thank you, Mayor and Council. You can see the level of experience with the employees that I have in the department at the sworn and the civilian level. And it always makes me proud to be a chief when you can lead a group of people that have a lot of passion with their work that they do as far as mentoring. I compliment Laura all the time because I don't know if people understand the depth of what she's done throughout the years in this program. It's just phenomenal. But I do appreciate the hard work. There's a lot of different things that we could deal with in law enforcement. We wear different hats at different times. You could tell mentoring, and these programs don't really fall in line typically with law enforcement. But that's just what we've done in Southgate for so many years. In fact, the program that Laura was referring to is one of a kind in the Southeast area. We get people from outside the area to come to Southgate. But I do appreciate all the work that they do. It does reflect positively on the programs that we have in the city, and I look forward to more of the good work in the future. Thank you to all the Southgate Police Department employees.
Yeah, and as everyone can see, our police department isn't just about going out and giving citations out and addressing crimes, the prevention, it's the assistance to people who are going through a crisis. So truly appreciate our City of Southgate Police Department for what they do.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. You know, when it comes down to, we're talking about teen dating violence, you know, I just want to thank the police department for all the programs that they oversee, especially you, Laura, and your team. I mean, you have done so much for this community and the members of outside communities. Is programs like the ones that you take on and you run. I mean, we have seen so many women, so many teenagers that have gone through the programs and they have succeeded. You know, when it comes to the teen dating violence, I mean, we can't forget back in 2012, I believe, when Cindy Santana got killed at Southeast High School by his boyfriend. And by the boyfriend, and I can remember that very clearly because my daughter was she was a senior at the time, and just the feeling going into the school, it was just so you felt it, you know, you really felt that coldness. I mean, that sense of something that really monsters happen at that school. And I am really proud of all of you because you guys have helped so many of those teenagers and those kids. So thank you. And continue the good work because I think that as long as we continue doing proclamations and remembering, because we remember, but at the same time, we are doing something to make sure that we are putting the awareness out in the community. And that is important, awareness, and continue talking about it, because sometimes, you know, we can read a proclamation, but if we don't go out there and actually talk about the problem, things like this, I mean, don't, you know, just don't go away that easy. So, thank you. I really appreciate your hard work and the whole department, and for all the, for the mentoring, the, mental health. It's just, proud to be, part of the city of Southgate Police Department. Congratulations to all of you.
Thank you.
One, two, three. One, two.
Okay, here we go. Madam City Clerk?
The earth that does not spin into the city clerk, it's back down. So here we go, item number 5, please.
The city council will consider receiving and filing the list of newly promoted full-time employees hired or promoted during November and December 2020.
Yours go, John?
I'm sorry, I need to overlap these.
That's all right, gives me a chance to, we won't tell her, we will repeat John, sorry.
So I didn't have, Okay, good evening, council, mayor, and city council, and everybody. Tonight we have quite a list of folks to introduce to you because we are doing both November and December. So I will introduce the first employee, which is our very own city manager, Mr. Rob Husey. And I won't belabor the introduction since I'm sure he's been introduced before, but just for a little reminder, he's had a long career in government. Started off in Canada, working for both federal and state governments or agencies. He then came to California, where he's had extensive experience working in cities including Carlsbad, Newport Beach, Malibu, and served 4.5 years as the city manager for the city of Fountain Valley. And we're lucky to have him. We're happy to have him. And without further ado, our city manager, who will also take on the next employee.
Thank you, John. Could I just move on to the next one?
That is up to you.
Oh, good. All right, I will. Letitia Kuetu, and we call her Letty. That's the name I know her by. She's lived in Southgate for a long time, but her family's lived here apparently for more than 70 years, which is a long time. And you've been a Southgate employee for almost 6 years, and she's a great example of somebody who's working within our city to progress her career through steps that have started as an hourly customer service representative, full-time customer service representative, acting customer service supervisor, also assistant payroll, and then an intermediate account clerk, and then most recently in the city manager's office in the area of communication analyst. And we're really appreciative to have her with us and seeing her. It's good to see her progress through the city and helping in different areas. She has a bachelor's degree in psychology from Cal State LA and a master's degree in public administration from Cal State Northridge. She loves to travel, cook, and most importantly, bake in her spare time. We appreciate the samples and the experiences that she brings with her baking, as well as some of the work she does too. Baking's a big deal. But thank you for your work, and welcome to the city manager's office.
Just wanted to say thank you, and my parents were the main reason why I wanted to focus my career in the public sector. They came from a country where they didn't have a lot of faith in their government, and I wanted to be that individual that helped and trust, help build trust. Grateful to be able to have this opportunity, and I look forward to being able to help out as many people as I can here in the lovely city of Southgate. Thank you.
Next, Parks and Recreation.
Our first guy is not here with us. Oh, thank you. Our first gentleman is not here with us, and that's Luz, but he goes by Francisco Munoz. But he's been with the city of Southgate since 2013. He started as an hourly employee and has done both grounds and facility maintenance. He was promoted to full-time in 2023. He was promoted to full-time, and then in 2023 he was promoted to a lead worker. Francisco has attended Southgate schools throughout all his youth years since 1980 and graduated from Southgate High School in 1994. He's always wanted to work for the city of Southgate because his whole family grew up here and has been in the community for many years. And in his spare time, he loves playing the drums, likes to go fishing, and enjoys barbecuing and camping with his family. And in my time working with him, he's an extremely helpful individual, always willing to do whatever it takes to get the job done, and really appreciate him. And that's Francisco.
Those of you who've never met him, he's such a gentle guy. He's very approachable and very friendly. So as you can see his smile, it's always there. So welcome aboard to Francisco. Okay.
And our next one is Jerry Mendez. He also got with us tonight. Jerry, he's a graphic designer with more than 25 years of experience, and he began his career in the city of LA in 1997, and he did a lot of productions, which include broadcasting, web, and print media. While he was with the city of LA, he won 4 local Emmys for his graphic design and his video editing. In 2010, he moved on to become an art director for a global wellness company, and then he finally landed a job at the Commerce Casino as a senior graphics designer for the #1 casino in Los Angeles. And just recently, this November, he joined our team as our marketing coordinator. We're very blessed and lucky to have him. He's a pleasure to work with, and he's a great addition to our team. In his free time, he enjoys walking his English bulldog, he enjoys DJing, and he also is a stand-up comedian. That's Jerry. And our last individual that we have is Nikki, or Donna, but she goes by Nikki Salazar. Nikki's been with our city for 20 years. She has experience, all her experience in recreation. 8 of those years have been here in the beautiful city of Southgate. She's worked for multiple cities. She started in Pico Rivera, then moved over to Paramount, and then she went and worked for a company called Think Together, which is an after-school program. And then she made her way here to Southgate,
And during her time here, she worked in various divisions from youth and adult sports, recreation, special events, and more. And she has a BA and I believe her MPA. BA and MPA. And then in her free time, she enjoys watching her son play sports. She enjoys going camping, off-roading, and attending concerts and professional sporting events. So Nikki's also a pleasure to work with. She's been a huge help to me since I've come on board here, and I really enjoy working alongside her, and very deserving of a promotion as a recreation supervisor. So we call up Nikki.
And maybe it wasn't until Saturday when my daughter was sitting at the table and says, "Oh my God, I know that lady over there." What lady? Well, the girl. Which one? And she says, "Nikki." And we worked together, such and such, because I forgot what it was, right?
She was my boss at one point, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as Tina mentioned, I have over 20 years experience, 8 years here with the city of Southgate. We were mentioning earlier of people kind of growing through the ranks. So I started out as a recreation specialist, then got promoted to recreation coordinator, and now I've been given the opportunity to serve in the recreation supervisor role. I am looking forward to this new chapter. Super excited and proud to work for the Parks and Recreation Department, and we have a lot in store for you guys this year. So we hope to see you out at all of our events.
Awesome. Welcome aboard.
Mayor and Council, it's my pleasure to introduce four new Public Works employees. I should call them new because they're all coming through a growth in the ranks. The first individual we should introduce is Mr. Armanti. I could not be more proud of this particular promotion, given this individual's value that he has and his qualifications. He's has 20 years of experience and has been with the city since 2011. He's grown from graffiti worker to general maintenance worker to facilities maintenance technician and now facility maintenance lead technician. He will be managing the graffiti abatement program and maintaining facilities. His qualifications are absolutely impressive for a field operations individual who I look forward to continued growth. He's got an associate's degree in business administration, a bachelor's degree in organizational leadership, his Class B driver's license, crane certification, building operations certification. I could keep going, but he's just a very qualified individual. Really pleased to have promoted him competitively. And in his personal time, he likes being active in his local church, so please help me welcome Armand, who is not here tonight, but please help me welcome him. Sherry Vasquez is another individual that promoted competitively. He's been with us, has 9 years of experience and has been with the city since 2015 as a water distribution operator 2. He recently promoted competitively to the water pump operator 2 position in November, where he's responsible for helping manage the water systems. His qualifications include San Bernardino Valley College, where he's taking water technology courses. He's also enrolled in Cerritos College in business administration, and he's got 2 water certificates. And he's got a very special talent. He's also an artist, so he does some of our coloring books for the kids and a number of other things. But he loves to travel, enjoys sports, playing soccer, listening to music. He does a lot of DIY projects around his house, but his coloring books, if you've not received one, I'd be glad to share them with you. So please help me welcome Mr. Jerry Vasquez. Luis Franco, pleased to introduce Luis Franco as well. He was hired as a part-time employee in February of 2023. He quickly demonstrated his value to the field operations program, and after only 7 months, he's promoted competitively to the water distribution operator 1 position, where he is a meter reader. His new position aligns very well with his prior experience, but he was working with a private contractor for 3 years, removing and installing neither. So in his free time, he enjoys hiking, spending time at the beach, weekend trips, and enjoys family barbecues. He's not shared any of his barbecue cookies with staff, but please help me welcome Mr. Luis Franklin. And then finally, Miss, we call her Lisa. Lisa, to a very valued employee in the field operations program. She's been with us since 2018 and has dedicated her entire time here to be a part-time graffiti abatement worker, and that's what she does, addresses the issue of graffiti. She's got very qualified, she was promoted competitively to a full-time graffiti abatement worker position. There's a lot of qualifications. She's worked some safety certified, defensive driver awareness training, artist and praise safety. She's got a lot of those certifications and training that we look for in the graffiti abatement program. So very valued in the field operations program, very well liked by our peers, and that just adds a lot of value to our team there. And in her personal time, she enjoys being active in her local church and playing volleyball. So please help me welcome Lisa. And I do not believe that any of the 4 Public Works employees are here. My vision is failing me nowadays, but please help me welcome them.
Want to introduce Manny Arana. He's our most recent police captain that was promoted here recently. One of the most important parts of a command staff is having individuals that understand the culture of the community, the culture of our organization, and is not afraid to get his hands dirty. Manny has just been that person for so many years. He's so involved in so many things, and he's got a long history with the city. In fact, he started here as a court officer in '96. So as a court officer, he was processing the detective bureau files, getting them over to the courthouse. We promoted him to a police recruit in 1997, and became a police officer later that year. Then he became a detective in 2001 as a general investigation detective. I think he was working under me when I was a sergeant back there. I do remember that. He was kind of like the go-to guy. All of our cases I gave to Manny. We moved up to a field training officer position in the crime impact team in 2004. And in 2006, we sent him to the DEA task force. And again, as I mentioned before, the DEA task force is a very unique position that, first of all, it's a 5-day work week over there, and they work investigations on a very high level, international and national cases. He wanted to promote within the organization and promoted to the rank of sergeant, but his skill set was such that it justified leaving him at the task force to lead a team of investigators there working big cases and national initiatives. He became the narcotics sergeant in 2012 and then promoted in 2014 to the rank of lieutenant. Became the detective bureau lieutenant in 21 and promoted him in December 23. Couldn't be more proud of Manny. Always very complimentary of what he brings to the table. He's born and raised here, he has family here. And again, it's a pleasure to have somebody in that command staff that can help me get so many things done that needs to get done in this city. So, Manny, want to come up and say a few words?
Good evening, everyone. Chief, thank you for that beautiful introduction. I have to say that I'm very honored, very excited about my promotion. It's been a long road, a very exciting, rewarding road. In talking about mentorship, back in '86 when I was in high school, 2 Southgate police officers were doing a career day. And my brother and I were just walking by, and they said, "Hey, you guys want to be police officers?" And we're like, "Sure, yeah, why not?" And so we became police explorers. And throughout the years, our department has done a really good job mentoring the youth. And I have to say that although I'm 54 years old, I consider myself a child of Southgate because of people like our chief and some of you. Throughout the years, I've worked with many of you, and in one way or another, you motivated me to continue to move up in the ranks. So I do thank you for doing your job too, right? So again, I'm very proud for everything that has taken place in my life. I'm very excited, and I thank you all.
The next is Lieutenant Carlos Torrella. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here today. He was assigned staff duty at his daughter's sports league. So he actually worked today, but he had to leave to pick that up. But Carlos is another one that worked at task force and has a very unique skill set that he brings to the table. He's born and raised in Southgate. He was hired as a police recruit in 2003. And if I remember correctly, I think one of our police officers might have been helping and gave a ticket. So he said, well, that was kind of a good experience. So maybe I can be a police officer. In 2003, in November 2003, after we put him through the academy, he became a police officer. And in 2006, we sent him to the crime impact team, where he's working gang crimes. 2009, he went to the detective bureau. He got some experience investigating general investigation crimes. And then opening came up in narcotics in 2009. And you may remember he was a canine handler, and Zion was his partner. He worked many years working narcotics, specifically narcotics detection dog. So also went to the Marine Corps, and from 1999 to 2003, attained the rank of sergeant. We thank him for his service. Promoted to sergeant in June of 2019, and then we sent him to the DEA task force, where again he was able to lead a team of investigators from multi-agencies, including DEA agents. He had worked narcotics for a number of years, and he expressed an interest in coming back to the police department because he felt that he had a skill set worthy of bringing back to the organization, which is always nice because it doesn't get stale where he's at. And we promoted him in December 2023. So we're glad to have him. Carlos Torrella. Scott Guerrero can't be here. He may be on the line, I'm not sure, but I think he may be on the line here. Not sure if he's, but anyways, Scott Guerrero is one of our newest sergeants that was promoted. We hired him as a police recruit in 2005. In 2005, he became a police officer after attending the academy. In 2010, he became a crime impact team officer for gang crimes, and then we sent him to the detective bureau in 2011. He was another one that picked up on the narcotics assignment, and in 2015 worked narcotics until 2017, where he went to the DEA task force. So you see the theme here with the captain, lieutenant, and sergeant. Scott's got a skill set that is recognized nationally. He actually went to Thailand to teach investigation skills to the Thailand police. That's how valued he is. He's worked some extremely big cases involving foreign nationals, and some of the cases are still ongoing. He's just got a skill set, very valuable and very highly regarded at the federal government level. We promoted him in 2003, and naturally his talent level and his skill set, justify keeping him at the task force, where he's continuing to work some national initiatives that has most recently got some recognition at the White House. So Scott Guerrero, I don't know if he is on the line, but
If he can raise his hand if you'd like to speak.
maybe we can get him on there. Scott, if you're on the line, can you raise your hand on there? We can go on with that. Hey, Adriana Silva, she's our police records specialist. She got hired in 2023, middle of the year, and we had a full-time, she was part-time, and then we had a full-time position that opened up middle of the year. Born and raised in Southgate, and it was interesting UC Davis. And she recalls vividly in her history class that they did a case study on Southgate. She said she was kind of taken aback because it was not mentioned, but UC Davis used Southgate as a case to look at for the cultural diversity, the geographical location in the southeast Los Angeles area, the history, and she thought that was pretty exciting because who would have ever thought that the hometown that she came from up in Northern California, down here in Southern California, would be a case study up in Davis. But very intelligent young woman. She's got a lot of skill sets to bring to the Records Bureau. An opening occurred just a few months into her part-time hiring, and now she has a full-time position here with the police department. She's got a bachelor's degree in political science and a minor in human rights, and welcoming Adrienne. She's not here today. Edna Morales, she's one of our newest parking enforcement officers, a community service officer. She was hired in March of 2023 as a CSO, and we actually assigned her to the parks. In December of 2023, just a few months later, we had a full-time opening in the parking enforcement unit. So we brought her over. She has her Associates of Arts degree in General Studies with an emphasis in behavioral science from El Camino College and a Bachelor's of Science degree in criminal justice from Cal State Dominguez Hills. And she currently is working on a master's degree at National University. She loves being a parking enforcement officer, and we're glad to have her here. So, I don't think she's here either. And finally, Lynn Liu. One of the things that we had talked about is the natural progression of growing within the organization. And Lynn's been in Records Bureau for a long time, but an opening came with a records management technician. It's a very specific assignment where she's doing the public records requests with body camera, with all the footage and the requirements that we have to follow with state law. We needed a standalone position, and she applied for the position, and her qualifications just made her rise to the top. In May of 2004, she was hired as a police records specialist. She wasn't there very long. She left in 2005, but was rehired in 2006 as an hourly, and she quickly promoted back to a full-time police records specialist in October of 2006. And we promoted her to records management technician in December 2023. She has a bachelor's of science degree in human services with a minor in sociology from California State University, Fullerton, and we're glad to have her promoted to that position.
Okay, well, welcome to all those, to our staff, and congratulations to those who got promoted. Okay. Picture? Okay, let's do a picture. Who's here? This is Manny. You don't need this, right? Come on. Right.
One, two, three. One, two, three. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, So we are now, we're gonna go into closed session, but you're gonna read those into the record, please.
Item number 1, conference with legal counsel, pending litigation, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.98, 54954.93C. A, Leilon King versus City of Southgate. B, Colin Elias versus City of Southgate et al. C, Manuel Talavera Gonzalez, Lilia Gonzalez versus City of Southgate et al. Item number 2, conference with legal counsel, real property negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, A, property APN 6224-031003. Property address is 5037 Tata Street, Southgate. City negotiators are Houston, City Manager, negotiation with OMP, under negotiation, terms of payment.
Okay, any additional comments?
Yep.
Okay, let me open this up to the audience. Anybody in the audience, Zoom first? Anybody wants to speak on these items?
We have caller ending in 609.
I would recommend that the councilmember, after,
Hang on a second. Give me 3 minutes back, please. Not sure if it's at your end or ours. I can't hear anything. Okay, so can we raise the volume here as high as we can, please?
Mr. Buckley, if you can check, please. Say something. Very low still. Mr. Buckley, can you say something again? One second, please. Councilmember Avalos, can you say something, please?
Yes, he's loud and clear on my end, so I don't know what the issue is.
Okay, we can hear you clearly. It's,
Perfect.
yeah, okay. Well, let's try it one more time.
Mr. Buckley? It's still, it's very faint, very low, we can't go up on the volume here.
okay, can I call in on Zoom? I mean, can I,
Yes, if you can call through Zoom, go ahead.
Mr. Buckley?
Okay, well, let's do this while we're waiting on that. Anybody here in the audience wishes to speak on these items? Okay, I'm gonna close this part here, but we're still gonna try the Zoom people.
We have no other on Zoom.
Okay, so what's your recommendation, Mr. City Attorney?
Let's just give a second for the caller to call back in. I see that we have a hand raised. Let's see if that's Mr. Buckley.
Let's try again.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, good, go ahead.
Yes, am I still able to speak about the sewer rate raise or no?
No, we're actually not there yet. We're talking
Okay.
about item for closed session.
Oh, okay.
All right, so Mr. Mayor, since we do have people that can't participate via Zoom, Mr. Buckley apparently has technical issues that are not city issues. I think we've given an opportunity for the public to speak via Zoom. We can adjourn at this time.
Well, yeah, and they'll be given an opportunity to speak after anyway. I'll open that up. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and go into closed session, and we're gonna try to come back, what, in about 10 minutes or
I'll
so?
say less than 15 minutes, but we should let those people that are calling in for the city council meeting that regular city council at 6:30, we started about 6:45.
Okay, yeah.
City attorney, I think Thomas Lopez is kind of raised up. I think he's on it.
All right, we'll have to take it after we come back.
The recording is on? I didn't hear.
Recording in progress.
All right. We'll be back shortly. As you can see, it's just me. And we apologize for that. Unfortunately, the other meeting went longer, and we have some legal matters to discuss in closed session. So I'm expecting my colleagues to be back in about 5 minutes. I'm not a good guesser at this point, but I'll gamble on that. If we can get a better. We are back. Are you ready, Mrs. The Attorney?
Yes.
Okay, please report with your
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just want to tell the public, we're wrapping up our meeting from 5:30, so the regular meeting for 6:30 will begin in just a minute. In closed session, the City Council met to discuss a settlement of a case called Lake Plain versus City of Southgate. This is a personal injury case against the city. The city received a report by the city attorney in closed session. The settlements contingent upon the approval of the city's insurance carrier. So the settlement is not yet finalized. The amount will be disclosed in accordance with the Brown Act as a result. There was a motion made by Council Member Vice Mayor Davila and seconded by Council Member Burrell, and the vote there was 5-0. There's a new suit called out by the City of Southgate. It's a traffic collision involving one of the city's employees. The city received a report on that. There was a motion made by Mayor Hurtado, seconded by Vice Mayor Davila, to authorize the city attorney to defend that matter. The vote there was 5-0. Finally, on item 1C, Emmanuel Talavera Gonzalez and Lilia Gonzalez, two claimants against the city of Southgate. This is a traffic collision involving a bus operated by a city contractor providing that service to the city. There's a motion made by Councilman Mavelis, seconded by Vice Mayor Davila. The vote is 5-0. The city council authorized the defense of that matter, but also requested that the case be tendered for defense to the city contractor involved. Item number 2, conference with council department negotiations, a presentation made by the city manager regarding ongoing negotiations on 503 South High Street. Upon conclusion of that presentation, guidance is given. There's no reportable action taken in closed session. Mr. Mayor, that concludes my report.
Thank you. So let me open this up to the audience once again. So we are still in the 5:30 meeting, and I'm opening it up for comments or questions regarding those closed session items. So raise your hand if you're prepared to speak.
We have Mr. Mario Dominguez.
Mr. Solinas, regarding item 2 and the Pecata Street development, I want to know, when you guys are having conversations regarding the Pecata Street development, are you guys determining what the fate of this project is going to be? Are you guys like negotiating, okay, this is what we want? Are you speaking with the developers? I mean, are you speaking with their attorneys? I mean, I want to know whether or not the city has made a determination on how it's going to move forward with this development and what the nature of this meeting was with regarding item 2. Enlighten me as to what you guys were discussing. I appreciate it. Thank you.
We have Mr. Thomas Beckman.
Hi, this is Thomas Beckman. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you. Ms. Pilar Avalos and Mayor Hurtado, thank you so much for trying to resolve my audio issues. To the residents listening, I apologize for taking this time, but it must be said. Council members, whenever there's a major item on the agenda, such as this public hearing, I believe it is incumbent upon yourselves to place your community first. You've made it a pattern of doing this, and I've criticized you all before for the same act. There are a lot of callers, first-time callers, who are no longer in attendance because of all the silence that you placed upon us during this delay. It's been over half an hour, and there's a lot of first-time people that don't understand what's going on. All they hear is silence, deafening silence. So it would be great if every 5 minutes you could come in, we would place this all on hold, or maybe have some kind of background music. But a lot of residents were reaching out to me thinking that there was, that this special council meeting and the regular council meeting was perhaps canceled. I know you have proclamations, et cetera, to go through, but again, we have a public hearing coming up, and I think you should have deferred this closed session and not inconvenienced your residents, because that's exactly what you did. It's not fair to the residents, and I think we need council members who are more attentive to our residents and who are going to place them first. Thank you.
We have no other.
Okay, I'll close the audience portion from Zoom. Anybody here in the audience wishes to speak on these 2 items? See no one, I'll close that portion. Comments, questions? Okay, so,
Mr. Mayor, just in response to Mr. Dominguez's question, the Brown Act allows the city council to go into closed session and have confidential discussion with respect to ongoing real property negotiations. What was reported out is accurate, is that discussion was had involving the city managers or negotiator. There was no action taken, there were no votes taken, there's nothing definitive that was discussed in closed session regarding the Pecata Street developments. Thank you.
thank you. And, again, I think we went into Zoom during COVID, and it gave people an opportunity to participate for everyone's safety. But holding a meeting, and sometimes it can be longer than normal, that's not unusual. I don't know if there's something that we can do differently, but again, apologize for any inconvenience that is, but that's not what the now intent. It's just we have to deal with those issues in the closed session and not in a public setting. Again, that's been forever now. Okay, we are adjourned from that meeting. Let me know when you're ready for the regular meeting. Ready? Okay, so I will call this meeting to order. It is now 7:11 for the Tuesday, January 23rd meeting. Order and vocation will be by Tina Hero. and pledge allegiance by your deep praise.
Please bow your head. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for the day. We thank you for the opportunity to wake up and come to work to be able to serve the Southgate community. May you please continue to bless the community for many years to come. We ask that you be with the Costley family right now. May they be comforted as they go through this time of grief. Also, please be with all the elected officials and city staff who are here. Help us all make decisions with wisdom that are best for the community. And we ask this in your precious name. Amen.
You can join me, place your right hand over your heart, ready to begin. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call.
Mayor Hurtado,
Present.
Vice Mayor Barriga. Present. Councilmember Avalos,
Present.
Councilmember Varón,
Present.
Councilmember Rios,
Present.
City Treasurer De La Paz,
Present.
City Manager Houston,
Present.
City Attorney Salinas.
Before we go on, please make the announcement about Councilwoman.
Yes, the records reflect that Councilmember Avalos is participating remotely, consistent with the Brown Act. We have to disclose that she is staying on city business at the Portola Hotel and Spa, located at 2 Portola Plaza in Monterey, California, room 360. She has posted an agenda with that, with the city agenda on the door of her room. The public is invited to come into that room if they'd like to participate in that remote location. I'll just ask Councilmember Avalos to confirm what I said is true.
That is correct, you are, it is true, and there is no one over the age of 18 in the room at this time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to make the announcement for the Spanish translation. Si hay personas que necesiten traducción en español, tenemos audífonos en el lado de atrás. Así que tenemos a una persona con audífonos. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, let's go ahead and start with our public hearings.
The compensation disclosure, please. Pursuant to Government Code Section 549.2.3, disclosure of compensation for needed attendance by city council members, $790 monthly, regardless of being on leave.
Thank you. Item number 1.
The city council will consider A, conducting a public hearing pursuant to Section 682 of Article 13D of the California Constitution regarding the proposed surf rate increasing, for which on November 14, 2023, the city mailed notifications to all real properties affected by the proposed increase to notify property owners or tenants receiving sewer service about the proposed rate increase. B, during the public hearing, consider all protests against the proposed increases. C, if any protests against the proposed increases are presented by the owner or tenant of the majority of the affected parcels of real property, comply with said Article 13D by resolving is not increase the fee, and D, if any protests against the proposed fee are presented by the owners or tenants of less than the majority of the affected parcels of real property, resolve to increase the fee as authorized by said Article 13D.
Thank you. Who's doing this? Arturo Cervantes or?
Yes, Mayor, I'm going to be taking the lead as PowerPoint presentation tonight. If I can ask the city clerk to put up the presentation and start with slide 3.
And I'm curious, will people on Zoom be able to see this?
That would be a question for city clerk.
Only on the computers. They will be able to see it while on the phone cannot, of course. Only the people that are using it.
We can flip to slide 3, maybe we can start with the background, please.
3?
3, yes, please. So, Mayor and council members, I'd like to start with the slide just to provide some background, very brief background on how we got to this point. As you know, we're proposing or considering a rate increase tonight for the sewer fund. There's a process that we followed and a Prop 218 process that we're continuing to follow that is culminating tonight with a public hearing and then a vote. As a matter of background, the city owns and operates a sanitary sewer system. That sewer system operates with the Sewer Enterprise Fund, which is a fund that is dedicated solely for funding sewer operations. It's funded through revenue from sewer services, and what a deficit means is that the revenue is not enough to cover the expenses. Some months ago, the city initiated a sewer rate study. That sewer rate study had a purpose of evaluating the Sewer Enterprise Fund as well as developing alternatives for the city council to consider. The sewer rate study has been presented to the council at least twice now publicly, actually 3 times though. The first 2 times it was presented before the start of the Prop 218 process, where the council considered the study, considered the alternatives, and provided guidance to staff with the selection of one of the alternatives. Those meetings occurred on March of 2023 and July of 2023. Then, as the official first step for the Prop 218 compliance process, the council adopted a resolution of intent to hold this public hearing that is before you tonight. On September 26th, that action was taken, and in that particular step, the council disclosed its intent to increase sewer rates as well as what those rate increases were and all the pertinent information, which we'll go over tonight. So as part of the process, we also conducted a lot of outreach, which I'll cover briefly tonight, but that's how we got to where we are today. Next slide, please. This slide here is intended to show the 5-year financial plan of the sewer fund without any sewer rate increase. As you see in the first row here, we are showing our sewer rate. It's 35 cents per unit, and it's the same rate over the next 5 years under the current financial plan. With that rate, there is a revenue that is generated mainly from services. A steady revenue of 1.18 million annually. It's not increasing because the rates are staying the same. Our expenditures, however, are not and are increasing over time. Expenditures include basic things like employee services, supplies and services, capital projects, capital outlay, and what have you. And you can see here is that under our current financial plan, this year we're anticipated to have a $760,000 deficit, and if you look at year 5, that deficit increases to $2 million in just 1 year. So under our current scenario, the future of the sewer fund is not looking healthy, leading to a deficit. Next slide, please. This is the 5-year financial plan that shows the rate increases that was selected by the council and announced in the resolution of intent. As you can see at the top, it shows the proposed rate increase over a 5-year period of 100% in the first year, 10% and 10% in year 2 and 3, and then 5% and 2% in years 4 and 5. Under the structure, the billing changes for customers or the rates, and where under the first column you see what the current billing structure is of 35 cents based on variable usage. That just basically means you get charged for the amount of volume that you discharged into the sewer system. Under the proposed rate, where you see under year 1 through year 5, you'll see that there are 2 sets of numbers instead of 1. The first number, which here shows at $3.29, it's a new fixed charge for fixed cost, and I can explain that later. The second is that variable charge actually decreases to 32 cents, And so the 100% increase starts with those two numbers, and then the last column shows what the rates will increase to total to the last year. And for non-single family, the rate doesn't go with a fixed and variable, it stays just a variable rate. And that largely recognizes that businesses use high volumes or discharge into sewer system, many businesses at least do. And so it is more appropriate to allocate cost to those properties through a variable rate. On average, based on these proposed sewer rate increase, the bottom part of this slide shows what a typical bill could look like. I'm just going to cover a typical bill for a single family resident currently at assuming 10 units. They would be paying $3.50 a month. After the first increase of 100%, that goes up to $6.49, and then all the way up to $8.58 in year 5. Next slide, please. The funding increases that are being proposed and are before you are taking into consideration revenue that is needed for capital improvement projects as well as other expenses like vehicle replacements. What you're seeing here, each particular year, you're seeing the investments that we are programming funding for. You see that in the first year, we're looking at programming almost $750,000, whereas in year 2 of the rate increases, we would be programming close to $3 million. So part of the new revenue that is being generated is being used to pay for capital improvements as well as vehicle replacements to the tune of over $4 million. The other thing that I want to mention is that the city used ARPA funds to keep the rates down by investing nearly $4 million in some sewer improvements that would have otherwise been assessed to the sewer rate increase. So that helped keep sewer rate increases low. Next slide. The proposed sewer rate revenue also includes funding for a reserve, in a rainy day where there should be a major issue in the sewer system. Having a reserve available is funding that becomes available to address things like an emergency that are all otherwise not funded. Currently, we have a deficit, so we also don't have a reserve. So with the proposal, we would achieve the reserve by year 5, but in year 2, we see that we're already up in the not in a deficit. We're out of the deficit plus accumulating some funding for a reserve. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier, the rate structure is being proposed to be changed for single-family properties. We are going from a variable rate structure, which is just charged based on usage, to a fixed and variable. So what fixed means is we're assessing a fee to collect enough revenue to cover all our expenses that are otherwise fixed when usage goes down. So for example, usage may go down, but employee costs and vehicle costs and what have you don't go down. So that fixed fee funds those fixed services. So it adds some stability to the sewer fund. We're also including a variable rate to account for usage, which will be charged based on 70% of water consumption. And so the tie there is that we don't have meters for sewer systems. And so the concept is you consume so much water and a certain percentage goes back into the sewer system, and that's what you would get assessed. So that's how the variable component works. Next slide. Again, for non-single family residential properties, we're recommending sticking with the variable rate largely because usage or discharge into the sewer system from businesses varies largely from, multifamily, for example, that is lower discharge as compared to an industrial company that can discharge quite a bit. And they're assessed at 80 to 90% water usage depending on the type of property. Next slide. So tonight the council is actually being, unlike other times, tonight the council is actually being requested to consider adopting the sewer rate increase. So we're undergoing the Prop 218 process, which is outlined here, mainly because the Prop 218, the sewer rate is considered a property-related fee, so we have to comply with Prop 218. So some of the things that we needed to do and have done are things like we've mailed notice to all impacted parcels with all pertinent information, like the increase, the rate structure, the reasoning and time and place of this public hearing, which is why I'm mentioning a lot of this tonight. To be clear that we're able to comply with Prop 218. Second, we've scheduled the public hearing, which is what's taking place tonight. We are required to consider all testimony, as well as accept protests filed by the public, but which have to be in writing. Now, if the way the vote works here is based on a majority protest, which means if a majority protest exists, you may not approve an increase. Majority protest would basically be receiving 50% plus one votes against the increase. However, if the majority protest does not exist, then you may consider the increase. Next slide. So with regards to tonight's public hearing, firstly, you should know that we've now received, that I can inform 6 written protests in advance. I guess did 5 up there, but that was before the 6th one came in. So there have been 6 properties that have filed a protest. As part of this public hearing, again, you're required to hear the public input and receive written protests. The city clerk will then be required to collect any additional written protests that are filed by the public, and at the close of the public hearing, tabulate those written protests and report the results publicly to the city council. Now, with the number of parcels that we have, we would take approximately 8,077 written protests to be considered a majority protest. The last two points is what I just covered earlier. If the written protest majority does exist, you may not consider the proposed increases. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier, the way we've structured the rate increase was to maximize the percentage up front at 100%. And it sounds like a large percentage, but here is a good comparable with how Southgate compares to, I believe, a total of 17 cities now. Previously, we only included 8, but we've added more. So here this reflects 17 cities. Currently, the city has the lowest rate of all of the cities by almost 90% or more. After the first rate increase of 100%, the city of Southgate will continue to have the lowest rates of all of these cities we're comparing to. After the 5th increase, we will have the 5th lowest rates. I'm sorry, the 4th lowest rates compared to the cities now. Some of these cities are part of the Consolidated Sewer Maintenance District, and I'm including all of them as one. The Consolidated Sewer Maintenance District is a district with the county where instead of having your own sewer rates and funding and providing service, you actually turn the system over to the county and then maintain it. They collect fees from residents directly through assessments, and then they're able to maintain the system on behalf of agencies. So I grouped some of those cities under the Consolidated Sewer Maintenance District, but those cities are listed at the bottom to give you just some feel for how some cities around us compare to Southgate. Next slide. And this is the same information, just visually presented a different way. The red represents where Southgate lies with the 1st and 2nd rate increase, and then where we lie with the 5th increase in being the 4th lowest rates. You'll see some notes at the bottom. One of the notes is that we're assuming that over the next 5 years, none of these agencies are going to consider rate increases. So if any of these agencies do consider rate increases, particularly Torrance, Norwalk, and for example, the Consolidated Maintenance District, then our standing in terms of how we compare with other cities will be lower than it is now. But it is likely that other cities will consider rate increases over the years, as that is just part of a city government. Next slide. I do want to mention that we spent a lot of time and effort in just hearing the council's interest to make sure that we properly educate the public. We actually hired a consultant that specializes in public outreach, and that was Civic Mike. There's a total of 8 events that we've listed here, things from, having a dedicated website for this rate increase that shows the proposed rate increases, plus a rate calculator where residents can actually go in there and calculate their anticipated rate. We have that up. Of course, we presented several times at council meetings as part of outreach. We had fact sheets that were multilingual. We included videos that were released. There was a community workshop where we invited the community to come out and kind of in a forum, kind of like a town hall meeting sort of, where folks come out. There's a lot of stations ready to get different type of information depending on what they're interested in. That helped us maximize an opportunity for dialogue with customers and residents, as well as present information. So part of the Prop 218 public hearing that you're holding tonight is actually forms a part of that education as well. Next slide. So this is our last slide here. So in essence, just this represents staff's recommendations, is that if we don't get a majority protest, that you do approve the rate increase if it doesn't exist. It'll help meet all of our proposed, all of our operating debt, capital, and reserve requirements, as currently we have a deficit. It'll capture the full cost of serving residents, and that's really what we're trying to do. We're not trying to charge residents more than what we need to run operations, but we're trying to capture our full costs. What we're doing is consistent with industry standards. We went through a process of hiring a consultant to prepare a study that specializes in this, and we're making sure that we're being prudent in what we were proposing. We are able to collect funding for a reserve, which is really important, particularly in an emergency. And finally, capital projects. We've got a sewer master plan that says the sewer system needs over $4 million in improvements, and we don't have any funding available outside of the sewer sewer funds to fund that. Now, ARPA was a fund that became available that we are using, but to the benefit of keeping these rates down, but it will help us over the years when ARPA is no longer available to continue to use sewer fund revenue for vehicle replacements and for capital projects. And that concludes my presentation. I'll turn it over to the city manager in case he wants to provide any additional input.
Thank you, Arturo. I don't have much to add other than I have come in partway through this process, but I think the city's done a thorough job of educating the public, following the steps required for Prop 218, and worked out a rate amount that, although has an initial increase, ends up putting the city in that low range. And I do believe other cities that are currently lower in the projected 5-year forecast will increase rates, which will further put Southgate healthy, looking after their sewer costs, but still comparatively much lower than their neighbors. And I want to emphasize too, as the sewer fund is an enterprise fund, just like our water fund, the concept is that all the funds that are brought in by this rate increase will be reserved for only sewer maintenance, sewer repair. They won't be used for any other purpose. And currently we're using funds, because there isn't enough in this fund, we have to use funds that are from what's called our general fund, which means our park maintenance, our police salaries, our regular operation funds are having to be used to the tune of basically $1 million a year to fund our sewer maintenance. So we end up hurting our services to the general community in order to balance this fund. So this, I think, really could put us on the right footing, putting the cost correctly in the right category and still keep rates low. That's all I have to add. Mayor.
City Manager, if I can just make one more comment before the council closes the public hearing. Written protests may be accepted up to the end of the public hearing. So once you close the public hearing according to Prop 218, we're no longer able to consider any additional protests, and that's support for the public to know that as you're nearing the completion of the public hearing.
Thank you, Arturo, thank you, staff. So let me go ahead and open up to the audience. Let's go to Zoom first.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I just want to ask a clarifying question to the director.
Sure, go ahead.
Just really think of the public. So Arturo, when you say single-family homes or rates, can you clarify exactly what that means in comparison to multifamily? Given the fact that a lot of our residents are adding ADUs, how would we be able to differentiate if it's a single-family rate or if it's a multi-family rate?
Yeah, a single-family home is a traditional one property on one parcel. Having a ADU, for example, on a property, I'm gonna need to consult with our expert. Our expert is here tonight. He is on Zoom, and he might be able to provide insight on whether or not having an ADU actually requires that that property be considered a multi-family property. To my understanding, this does not, but I do want to, Gladys is the gentleman on the line.
Thank you. Just one clarification for the.
Hi, this is Nick Ayop with NPS.
Go ahead, Nick.
So, to answer the question, I will start by saying I was not involved in the rate study. Our purpose in this project was to create the Prop 218 rate notice that was mailed out to the affected properties customers. So I would defer back to the rate consultant who did the rate study to determine how ADUs would be treated under this new rate structure.
Thank you. Arturo?
Yes, so. Okay, so we don't have our expert here tonight that can tell us legally whether an ADU is technically considered a multi-family or a multi-family complex. Typically, you've got a 2-unit or a 3-unit or a 4-unit that is not a single family property. So, but that's an issue that we could also resolve at the time of billing when we're setting up the structure under which we're going to bill residents or properties.
Anything else, Councilwoman?
No, just needed that clarification for the community. Because gonna be one of the biggest questions that we're gonna get. You know, what is considered a single-family home or a multi-family home? Given the fact that it was a single-family home and now they converted their, you know, 2-car garages into ADUs.
And before we continue, I just want, Arturo, if you could just clarify that we know for a fact that any duplex, triplex, 4-unit, anything other than an ADU dwelling, accessory dwelling, we know is going to be multifamily.
Right.
Right. So the only question that we have is for residents that have an ADU built.
That's the question that's being asked.
As of right now.
Right.
But a single-family resident is exactly what it is. It's one property on one, and then the others are private. So there's no confusion beyond the ADU.
I do want to also clarify the difference between what's considered a commercial property in terms of multifamily properties and what's not. So if we're talking about what is a commercial property in terms of multifamily properties, it's any property with 5 units or more. So when we're looking at how the rates work and applying to commercial, it's applying in that particular manner, just for clarification.
Thank you. Okay, let me open up to the audience. Let's go to Zoom first.
We have Mr. Thomas Buckley.
Hi, this is Thomas Buckley. Just a few months ago, the community spoke out against the city and council members, even threatening to remove you guys from office for corruption. There was even a petition made as well by the residents. They were very upset in these chambers. And why were they so upset? It was because they were being overcharged for their water. And it wasn't their fault. The city of Southgate made several statements suggesting gross negligence. Everything from lack of firmware upgrades to just lack of training. There's a list of it. I don't want to go through it because I only have 3 minutes, but the thing of it is that now you want to increase our sewer rates. That's one thing. But now you want us to trust you that our sewer bills are going to be based on our water bills. And I know a lot of residents may not be seeing that. That's exactly what's happening. If you look at the letters HCF, that's pertaining to your water bill. So it is going to be in proportion to your water bill. That is how they base your sewer rates. And honestly, I don't think the city is in a position to accurately reassess charges for our sewer bill at this moment. Certainly not. Council members, you don't have your hands tied in this matter. Even if there was a small amount of protests against this, don't sell this to us like you had to do it. You had to vote yes on this because of the numbers. Remember, the burden is on those protesting and not those in the affirmative. I bet you, had you mailed out these letters to everybody who's in favor of increasing their sewer rates, you would have gotten an even lower number than those who are protesting today. So council, you have discretion. You have a choice to represent your residents. Residents are in no position for rate increases. And I guarantee, and a lot of residents will guarantee as well, this city is also in no position to claim that they can accurately bill the residents. Thank you.
Next speaker.
We have Mr. Mario Dominguez.
Okay, give me a little bit of leeway here, Mr. Salinas. So we're having a public hearing right here to discuss the sewer rate fund, and you heard Chief Buckley's previous comments, how he wanted to move the public hearing before the special meeting. That's even more confusing with that proposition. Look, he's not the mayor, he's not the city manager. It's the mayor and the city manager's job to determine the format of the agenda and how the meeting is going to play out. So I disagree completely with the comments made by Chief Buckley about how he wants to move shit around. The residents' job or function to determine how the meeting is supposed to flow. That's the mayor and the city manager. Now, let's get back to this item. So obviously, this is a no-brainer. You're either going to have to increase the sewer rate fund bill, how much you're going to charge the residents. Otherwise, you're going to depleting the general fund and spending this into the negatives here. Now, the thing that disappoints me is when we saw the presentation and how low we're paying for the sewer rate fund. Hell, if anything, you should double it. I mean, I don't want to have to go to this merry-go-round again, 5, 8 years down the road, where we got to increase sewer rate fund again because we're going to end up spending all this money from the general fund. It's going to deplete the general fund down to nothing. It's too low. $8.58. Hell, I can't even wipe my ass with that money. You guys, I know what you were thinking with something with that number. I mean, that number is way too low. That's basically the cost of how much you would spend at a drive-in, at a drive-thru at McDonald's. I mean, that's basically one less McDonald's meal that the residents would be paying, I don't know, per month, per week, whatever the hell it is. But yes, absolutely, you're gonna have to increase the rate because I like us to have money and I don't want us to be broke. That's all I have.
Thank you, next speaker.
We have Ms. Liliana Jimenez.
Hi, so I'm not sure who that person was that just spoke, but that's so disrespectful for him to get on here and you guys to allow him to use that kind of language. Obviously, Mr. Buckley isn't the mayor, but he was stating facts. The meeting said that it was gonna be at a certain time, and I logged on at a certain time, and I expected that to go on. So that was rude, calling him by chicken, whatever, and if he can afford to pay it, then can you send him Micah? Because it sounds like he is willing to go ahead and continue to pay the city of Southgate for things that I don't see the point to. So I object to these rate increases, and Mr. Buckley's right. There's other things that you guys have let us down on, and thanks to him is that I'm being advised that this meeting was happening. So whoever Southgate or whatever it was that it is, he's rude and out of pocket, and you guys should have stopped him from this all language, because nobody should be speaking about anybody that way. Secondly, I don't understand why we need to increase the rate, or if he thinks that it's not high enough, again, maybe he can pay for the whole city of Southgate. Because it's not his business when people are doing it in a drive-through or not a drive-through, if they're gonna buy a meal or not buy a meal. That has nothing to do with it. So unless you guys can really justify why we're gonna increase the rates and what you're doing with the funds, I'm against it. And anything else that comes up for vote, or that you guys wanna increase, I'm against it. Because I don't understand what the funds are for the city of Southgate go for. On the side that's not in the park, and I brought it to someone's attention that the sidewalks are messed up by the streets of Montero. Let's fix that. Let's take care of those things first. That's all I have to say about this.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
We have, KLA.
Can you hear me? Sorry. Hello?
Yes.
Okay. I guess from the presentation, maybe I came in late to the presentation. I didn't understand when the proposed, rates would come into effect. I see on the chart that it says February 2024, but it looks like it's a sample of what that buildings look like. So maybe if somebody could clarify when that would go into effect. And I'm going to, back some of the comments from my fellow people in Southgate. I really wish this presentation, I know there was a meeting in November of last year, but maybe another meeting where more people can ask more questions about this proposed rate hike, because it seems like there's still a lot of confusion as to where the funds are going to, although the presentation explained some of that. And it would be nice to have a little more community input. I know that the presentation explained that there was a lot of input on the website. I've been on the website, I looked at the flyer that was sent out. But maybe one more community meeting would be helpful to kind of answer some of these questions that many of us have here, because it clearly seems like those questions still haven't been answered. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
We have caller ending in 853.
Andrea Pollino. I'm all for those rates. And I just can't believe that people don't understand that for probably decades, the city has been taking money from their funds to make up the difference for the shortage, because the residents are being undercharged. The residents have been undercharged for years and years and years. And the city was paying the difference. Why should the city have to do that? Why aren't the residents paying their own bills? The whole bill, not just part of it. The city isn't responsible for your sewage or how much usage. That's on the residents. So I'm glad it's finally being raised, and the money that can now be saved, that they were chipping in to pay for everyone, maybe those monies can be used for something good instead of paying for somebody's sewage. It just baffles me that the residents don't understand this, that they're against a hike, when for years they haven't even been paying their fair share. All the city wants you to do is to pay your fair share. It's not too much to ask. We're all responsible for our own bills. The city shouldn't have to chip in to help us pay, especially when it's such a measly amount. I mean, it's just, when you think about it, if you have actually sewer that you can use, now I pay a lot for that. I enjoy having a bathroom with a toilet and a shower. I pay a lot for that. And to hear people snivel about, you know, a few dollars, it just blows my mind. Especially when we haven't even been paying our fair share for probably 20 years. It just blows my mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
We have Liliana Jimenez.
Okay, next speaker.
We have no other.
I'm gonna close the Zoom portion. I'll put it up here to the audience. Either one, just turn the mic on so it's green.
Hello, my name is Ricardo. I'm here to express my concern with the whole process with Prop 218. It was written in 1996, and the city has grown exponentially, making it extremely difficult to coordinate collection of signatures or written protests. I would ask that this change be added to the ballot measure in November, and the November election. It is impossible to expect 8,077 written protests when our voter turnout for the last city council was only 4,000. We have a abysmally low voter turnout, so how does the city expect for the people who are against this measure to even express that? I completely respect all your outreach efforts, but it's very clear that they weren't as successful as you hope, as this room is completely empty besides me, and the Zoom call has less than about 30 people. So those are my comments. I understand we're at a deficit, and everyone's financial situation is completely different. According to the Harvard Institute of Economics, wages have been stagnant since the 1970s for the working class. So 100% increase will be make or break for a few people in our city, and maybe plenty more. So that was all I have to say. Thank you for listening to my comments.
Thank you. Okay, see no one else come forward, I'm gonna close the other portion, I'm gonna back. Staff, I don't know if you want to address any other comments that they made, but I think everything has been covered.
There is one item that I didn't touch on, and that was a question with regards to when do the rate increases come into effect? And they would come into effect starting July 1st of this year. So everything else that was said, I believe, was covered.
Comments?
Yes.
Questions? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Arturo, can you just confirm when the last time we had a sewer rate increase?
Yeah, I believe the last time the rate increase occurred was in 2010.
2010, so that was about 14 years since that's happened. And when was, this probably is a combined question for you and Wendy, when was that fund first operating in the deficit? Because I just want to clarify that portion, because it hasn't been the entire 14 years.
I took my, excuse me, thank you for the question. I took my records back to 2019, fiscal year ending 2019, and I was able to still see a deficit at that time. For me to be able to answer that 100%, I have to go back to the expenditure report and do some more.
And at 2019, what was the deficit?
If my memory corrects me, it's about $600-something odd $1,000.
And Mr. Barone, I've been here working for the city since 2014, and every budget presentation I've sat through, the sewer fund has always come up. I can't remember the dollar amounts and when it started, but that's a fund that's been in the deficit for a lot of years.
Okay, so it is fair to say that the city has been covering the deficit for at least 2014 to now, based on other, funding, general funding.
As long as, my recollection may be off, but I can guarantee that many around there, it's just been quite some time. On the CIP side, I will tell you that we've not had funding for CIP projects, because there's just not been any sewer funds available for many years, and that I can guarantee is that in 2014, the city council was not programming funding for CIP, and also vehicle replacements. It's just not in the 9 years that I've been here, they've not been funded with sewer funds. Some of these vehicles that we're using, one, the back of the truck is a $600,000 vehicle, so funding has not been available for a long time. I just don't have the exact numbers for you.
And then just to clarify on, and to add to the enterprise fund, and what that really means. And I think some of the questions that we received exactly what that fund could be used for, and I just want that to be clarified again, that the funds that are collected are specifically used for sewer fund related projects or expenditures or equipment needed to be able to do sewer fund activity.
Yeah,
Or
the sewer,
activity, I'm sorry.
yeah, the sewer fund is a sewer enterprise, kind of like a standalone business. The business has got to generate its own revenue and cover its own expenses. And in the sewer expenditures, as we're showing on some of the slides there, we've got expenditures like labor, vehicle replacements, whether it's debt, the reserve. It's got to cover all of those expenses, but it is only for sewer expenses and nothing else.
And I kind of want to, I know sometimes when any resident hears a rate increase, especially, in the time of today, we all automatically have a fear that, hey, there's a problem, right? I don't want that. It's not the right time because we're having financial hardships all around. But I think if we can put it into perspective that we're asking for a single family to have a rate increase less than a cup of coffee, it kind of helps picture that. That yes, a single family resident will have a $3.50 increase on an average. That's less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks. That's less than a lot of things that we're doing. And here is a service that is provided by this funding that really makes an impact to public safety and public health, right? Because if we don't have this, we're taking it from somewhere else, and we're using activity from somewhere else.
Yeah, that is correct. The value of our sewer system isn't understood until your plumbing doesn't work because there's issues in the sewer system. And so the value that brings to the community is sometimes understated, but you're right, the financial impact that you just described is only in the first year. And after that, the increases are set. So if we look at, we're looking at a variable rate after the first increase to the second, it's 4 cents. And after that, it's another 4 cents increase. So it's pennies in that case, and in the fixed fee rate, it goes up just a few cents, well, 20, 30 cents, or I can't do the math with me, but the first increase is less than a cup of coffee. Increases after that are cents.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rios?
Thank you, Mayor. In regards to the rate increase, when will we catch up? At what point will we be self-sustaining more or less, to get an idea?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. And catching up is 2 components, in my opinion, as I will understand the question. One is what we're trying to accomplish. What we're trying to accomplish, we will accomplish in year 5. By year 5, not only will we generate enough revenue to get out of the deficit, but we'll also generate enough revenue to meet our funding reserve requirement. That's the savings, in essence, for emergencies. But in year 2, we would already get out of the deficit and start generating a small reserve. So starting year 2, we would be out of the deficit.
Okay, so, I think, I noticed the notice, and I missed it, and I'm a resident here, and I saw the notice now, and I assumed that a number of people probably didn't see it in the mail, because we get a lot of mail, right, and sometimes we pay attention, and it's small print, and I'm just thinking that some people might have missed it, but the gentleman did have a good point, or somebody else did indicate that maybe another public forum to inform. I think it's important to be transparent with the community, and I think we are. I also wanted to kind of let the community know that we also, this is the street sewer, right? But we also have other enterprises that are running deficits, right? Right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so, and every year we've been taking out of our general fund or our reserves to deal with this deficit as a whole city, right? So, one of those other funds that, just so that it's the public's enlightened.
Yeah, I know at least, for example, the street lighting and landscape maintenance district runs at a deficit, but I will turn it over to our director of finance, see if she's aware. But the sewer fund is one of those that is running at a deficit that is being covered by funds. There's other funding sources where, you know, we don't consider them deficits, for example, to meet our infrastructural needs. You know, we have master plans that call for millions of dollars, like a street lighting system improvements. We need $30 million that we don't have. We're not officially registering those because those are CIP needs, but our funding sources, many just don't generate the kind of revenue for everything that we need. Like the gas tax doesn't have enough money for our street payments, for our sidewalks, and so it's a slightly different type of deficit per se. It's just not being able to meet our infrastructure needs, which is amongst what is here. But in terms of deficits not meeting operate or basic costs, or Director of Finance might have a little bit more information.
So to piggyback on what Arturo said, the street lighting fund is running at a deficit. It's one of the major ones. Some of the other special funds may have, and general funds may have salary savings. So although per line item, we may not have the appropriate budget, we are using our salary savings to tie up that entire fund or department or division and meet the budget requirement.
Okay, so, thank you.
But I can just interject. So there is another study going on in the landscape lighting district, and that is ongoing right now, that we should get results back. That has a large deficit, and it's to your point, Councilmember Rios, that we will make sure the public's aware when we get those results, and we have some proposals of how to address it. But my understanding is that deficit yearly is even larger than the sewer rate. I don't have the number right in front of us, but that's in progress. It's important for the city to be healthy, and so we're looking at all these special enterprise funds and trying to address them one by one as we can get healthy as a city.
Which is what I missed, which is the
landscape lighting district.
Okay.
Do you have is that a right way to pronounce it? Yeah, that's it.
That one, let me just say, that one is even worse than this one. And that one has not been changed for 30 years. Since before, yeah, is it about 30 years?
Yeah, it's been about 30 years.
So, and just to clarify this, none of us want to raise anything. We get it, we all live here, we have to pay the same things you folks do. We get it. But when we're sitting down, I've been bringing up the issue about the rates for years, but we've not wanted to raise it. We've delayed it and delayed it. But the bleeding, at some point, it's not bleeding, it's hemorrhaging. And it's been like that. This one, since at least 2014, I think I've been bringing it up even before that. And the one for the street light and landscaping fund, I've been bringing that one up for a long time also. So none of us want to increase it. But sometimes we're facing a situation where we have to do the most uncomfortable of things. You know, so to suggest that we're, doing something that, again, this is not new conversation. I've been bringing it up for years.
My point, Mayor, is that, so because of the situation, if we don't address it, it impacts our recreational program, all other programs. And so that is a concern, and we have to be concerned about anticipating the future. We have to make sometimes tough decisions. But I think like my colleague Baron mentioned, that a cup of coffee, that's what we're talking about, less than a cup of coffee. I think that's reasonable. And our sewer system, once it gets, and we've had some issues that we had to deal with. It's an old system. It needs repair. I mean, our city's over 100 years old. And so, that's my point.
Thank you. Councilwoman Avalos.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that I want to report that there is no one in my group that wants to address this issue. I have a question for Arturo. So, One of the callers did indicate that is it, I just want clarification, is it tied in to the water rates or not? Because looking back at one of the slides, slide number 7, for a single family home, it has 10 FHCs. So that means that the first 10 FHCs would get 649, but what if it goes over? What will the charge be? Will it increase or will it stay stagnant? That's my question.
So I believe that's a two-part question. One is tied to the water rate, the water rates, and the other, do the rates increase as usage increase? So the answer to the first part of the question is no. It's not tied to the water rates. What it's tied to is water consumption. So when you bill for sewer service, we don't have meters that track the volume of sewage that properties are discharging into the sewer system. What we do have are meters that are tracking how much water is coming onto a property. And so there's a correlation there for single-family properties at 70%. That assumes that of 100% of the water that is coming onto the property, about 30% of the water stays on site, for example, for use for irrigation. And so the remaining 70% goes back into the sewer system. So that's an industry standard assumption that we are making. On the second part is the sewer rates do not increase based on usage. They're set at the prices, at the rates that are shown here in the presentation, regardless of how much consumption is used by residents.
Thank you for clarifying that. Very important.
Thank you. So, you know, I heard the community, and I know that we have, I believe, like protests. But if we have to look at it, we're talking about our sewer. And like Councilmember Rios indicated, our city is 101 years old. Some of the sewer pipelines are in pretty bad shape that are going to need to be fixed. If we don't do this now, it's going to continue to eat up part of our general fund. And anyone who is a homeowner knows if something goes on in your home, a pipe breaks or something, you're not looking at a couple of hundred, you're looking at a couple of thousand. Magnify that to a city. It's not 100, it's in the billions. So, you know, to hear that within 5 years we will be generating enough to be able to sustain that sewer fund, and the fact that we have not increased it in so many years. I mean, I understand that the economic climate right now is probably not the best, but we have to start thinking about how we're going to be much more sustainable moving forward and continuing to move the city forward. And if we don't do this now, we are definitely going to be paying millions of dollars to repair our sewer. But it falls on the responsibility of the city. So, you know, I do hear the community, and I do hear the concerns, but I believe that at this point, you know, we need to do what's right today and for the generations that are to come. And if we don't take care of it, you know, we're just gonna be kicking it down the line for another council to deal with. But the reality is that this has been an issue that's been going on for the past 20 years. So how much further are we going to continue to, you know, say, oh, let's hold off? Things are not going to get better, but if we don't address it now, Southgate is going to be a very stinky place. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Treasurer?
Yeah, I just wanted to, you know, to go on the record as well, just echo with my colleagues that shared with the public and the concerns. So the sewer fund is its own enterprise. That means, you know, the fund itself should be self-sustained, and, you know, the current consumption of general fund money is a real concern. And I think a question for our Director O'Connelly, if this does not move forward and it does not get approved, what is that projected impact, the 5-year projected impact on the deficit, if this does not move forward?
So foreseeing that there are no other infrastructure issues, and we're just talking about revenue to expenditures on Artura's slide, we're looking at least $1.1 million year over year that will be replaced by general funds, and that's just looking at the expenditures and revenues.
So year over year, so that's several million over the course of the next few years. So, that problem keeps compounding itself year over year because we're losing $1 million in general fund money this year, next year, so over the next 5 years, we're down 5 million minimum, or greater. I would, urge the council to move forward on this, because we need to be, prudent and wise, and as Councilmember Barone mentioned, it's a cup of coffee. So I think we need to do the right thing for our community, for our city, and, this is the right move for us to move this item forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the last comment I want to make is that the last meeting we had an item about taking money from ARPA to pay for a project. And I raised the question, if our sewer fund was up to, or we didn't have to be in a deficit, what could we have done with that ARPA money? And that ARPA money could have been used for a whole bunch of other things. But instead, that ARPA money is going to disappear soon. It's going to be gone. When do we have to use the last of the ARPA money, by 2025?
Yeah, so all ARPA money has to be claimed and programmed by the end of this year, 2024, and then expended completely by the end of 2025.
Right, so by the end of 2025. And so we're using ARPA money to offset the losses here. It just doesn't make any sense. We can use that money for other things. And again, this is something that, maybe we just need a little bit more of an update every few years, rather than waiting 10 years and then have this rebuilt like this. And I realize just how uncomfortable it is for everybody, us, you, the members of the community, but it's something that has to be done. Okay, any other questions?
Mr. Mayor, I was going to say, because basically you all have said it, but, as council, we need to be responsible for what we are doing. And I think that this item is definitely we have to take action on it. Because just what Councilwoman Avalos mentioned, and when it comes time that we have a big earthquake and all our sewer lines are broken, what are we going to do? We're not going to have any funding to fix it. So, and we don't think about, we don't think about what's going to happen in the future. We don't know when it's going to happen. But we need to be prepared. As hard as it can be, to adopt any propositions, I think that as council, we need to be responsible. And I think as hard as it is, $8, $9, we can spend it in a blink of an eye, and we don't even think about it. But I think that we need to know what's important. And I think the important thing here is to take care of our sewers. And even the county sanitation board member, we see how much those sewers cost. And we're talking about billions of dollars that they spend monthly just fixing all the sewer lines. So I think that with that, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to Oh, okay. All right. So I'll hold on to that motion and
So at this time, I'd like to announce the last opportunity to submit any ballots from anyone in the audience here at City Hall. From anyone here. be accepted, and we will unseal the official ballots that I have received at the clerk's office. I will announce that there is 6 total protests received at the clerk's office. No changes, the dates ranging from November 19th, 23 till January 23rd, 2024 today. I have verified all protests that have met the requirements.
Thank you. And I'll tell you, I spoke to quite a few people and they completely understood what we were trying to do. You have a motion? So we have a motion, do I have a second? Oh. And so those on Zoom, I apologize for the pause. We're still all here. It's just the city attorney is making sure that everything that is being presented is done properly. And to all those that spoke, we totally respect everyone's point of view. So there's a sidebar going on. About how much time more do you need?
I know, Mr. Mayor, I just want to make sure that
You want to get on?
we just had the information on the administrative record, and the clerk's going to report out some additional data.
Okay, so we have a total of 16,151 notifications sent out to residents, our city. And then we had an amount of 8,077 written protests that needed to constitute the majority of the protests. And we only received 6. Thank you.
And that complies with the law.
Yes.
Thanks. See, he's not on the mic, so you said yes, right, Mr. City Attorney?
Based on the information reported by the city clerk, there were insufficient number of protests.
Okay, thank you. Motion?
Then I'll go ahead and make a motion to accept the consideration, which is 3 BCA. Would this include the date of that it's going to take effect?
The plan will be July 1st, 2024.
And I'll second that.
There we have a motion and a second. Can you take roll call, please, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Barro?
Yes.
Councilmember Rios?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lavina?
Yes.
Mayor Hurtado?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, we now are going to item 2.
draft 2021-2029 general plan housing element update, and B, declaring the final draft 2021 through 2029 general plan housing element update is in compliance with the environmental impact report prepared and adopted for the general plan 2035, and no further environmental study is required.
Okay, this one is being done by Veronica County.
I will go ahead and introduce her.
Okay.
Veronica Tan is our consultant. She's actually on Zoom. But prior to introducing her, I just want to let Mayor and council members know that I'm hoping that this would be the last time we present this housing element. I think this is the final step before we get our compliance from HCD. They have told us that we are almost there, that we're almost in compliance. This is the final step, the resolution from council informing HCD that we are in agreement with the proposed housing element. And hopefully after tonight, we'll go ahead and submit the resolution along with our final draft for their final review and hopefully their approval. I'll go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Veronica Tan, who's online. And if you have any questions, we're both here to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. This is Veronica Tan with Veronica Tan Associates. It's been at least a couple of years for the housing element. Certainly this housing element, the six-site housing element, is the most difficult housing element cycles I've ever experienced due to significant changes in state law. The housing element was previously adopted, but with some additional changes, we have to re-adopt it primarily also because of the resolution that needs to be have some sort of specific language in it. Again, this particular item is for the re-adoption of the housing element. Can we go to the next slide? So the housing element is part of your general plan. It is required to be updated every 8 years under the statutory schedule of the housing element law. It also has to be reviewed by a state agency, the State Department of Housing and Community Development, for compliance with state law. And as of today, there are of the 198 jurisdictions in the SCAG region, more than 1/3 of the jurisdictions have not yet gotten certification yet. We are certainly working towards that. I think this is the final step with the adoption. We should be fully in full compliance with state law. The housing elements have gone through significant process of community outreach. We have conducted a lot of meetings as part of the housing element update and also as part of the city's inclusionary housing ordinance. And so it's been a series of meetings with the community, with the planning commission, and previously with this council as well. So with this particular housing element, we are hoping that with the final adoption, we'll get it to the state. As Meredith mentioned, after adoption, we need to send it to the state for yet another 60-day review. I will ask for an expedited review because we actually submitted the housing element for a review on the advice for an informal review for quite a while, but unfortunately, HCD did not have time to look at it. That was the delay on their part. So we are hoping that we can ask for an expedited review after the adoption of the housing element. Next slide. The key component of the housing element is really something called the regional housing needs assessment. That's the most critical review of the CD. The RHNA Regional Housing Needs Assessment is a number of housing units that every single jurisdiction within the state has to be responsible for. For Southgate, we have been assigned a RHNA of 8,282 units for new housing units, but this is just to plan, not to construct. You're not obligated to construct a unit. You're obligated to show that you do have capacity to accommodate those units. Compared to other jurisdictions, you did receive a fairly large RHNA, especially compared to what what we had back in the fifth cycle. Next slide. So comparing to the fifth cycle, the arena was only 1,262 units. The sixth cycle, the numbers substantially increased. That's also mainly because the overall arena for the entire state was about 3 times larger than before, and that has been new legislation that requires jurisdictions to address housing that were not addressed in previous cycles. So that's unfortunately given the arena for a large arena for the city of Southgate. The good thing is, we can go to the next slide. The good thing is the city had the foresight to do a general plan update a few years back, and the general plan update had provided a lot of potential capacity throughout the entire city. And to meet the regional housing needs allocation, we are relying entirely on existing zoning and existing general plan designations. There are no rezoning or no upzoning recommended or needed to accommodate the arena. Particular map shows where the potential sites are only based on the existing condition of the uses, and also based on the size of the property and density of the property. It's not an indication that housing must go there. Housing can go where the general plan zoning allows. This is only to identify based on existing conditions of the sites. These are where housing may occur over the next 8 years. And with, again, under the current general plan and zoning capacity, there is no rezoning or upzoning necessary to accommodate the arena. Next slide. When we last submitted the housing element to the state for review, they gave us some comments back, mainly on the site inventory, how to meet the regional housing needs allocation. The state required quite a bit of detailed information on existing uses, and we meticulously updated, working with staff to update to provide information on the conditions of existing parcels. There is a new state law, AB 686, affirmatively furthering fair housing. That is the one significant requirements on how we have to analyze existing needs and also where sites are going to be provided in terms of future housing. How do we complement neighborhood improvements to make sure that if housing is built on those sites, that there are city policies related to infrastructures and services. Regarding programs, the state wanted us to provide more specific timelines and more specific commitments, particularly relating to neighborhoods with disproportionate needs. And so once we revised the housing element, we submitted to the state for the review. The understanding we have from them, the letter that we received from them, is that if the housing element is adopted as revised, which was posted on the city's website and provided to you, and with the new resolution, then we should have a housing element that's in full compliance with state law. The next step, next slide, that we have to do again is to adopt housing elements, submit it for the 60-day review. I will request an expedited review if possible for the state. And then at the conclusion of the review of the final document, we'll get certification. With that, I conclude my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and let me know when you're ready to go to Zoom. Okay, let me open it up to the audience. Zoom first.
We have Mr. Mario Dominguez.
Okay, so I read the first 53 pages of this item report. I think it was like 380. Fascinating document here. There's no way to read the whole, can't read all that crap. But that 53 pages, I mean, it really lays out the demographics and breaks down our city and the various levels of, moderate, low income, all this stuff, and LA County gets into LA County, and demographics of LA County. So the thing I want to say to the council member, look, you folks are gonna have to rezone some of our city. I mean, where there's just not enough land to meet some of these RENA numbers, you're gonna have to figure out where we can build more apartments, condominiums, whatever, to allow for more housing. I mean, this is, there's no more land left, it's all taken up. And then one of the things that was in a report that I noticed was it commented on this one particular
I think we're losing you.
between, by the way, why are we putting, apartments or condominiums there? I would love to see some development on that area between, Tweedy and Atlantic, and, put some parking on the first level, and then add like 3 or 4 stories of units. So, that's the other thing I say to council, we gotta build up. We gotta build up, there's no space, to build out, or you gotta go up. So, that's my suggestion, build up and rezone some of these areas for development. That's all I think.
Thank you. Next speaker.
We have, Ms. Liz Ruiz.
Good evening, Council. Liz Ruiz on Kaufman. I just wanted to ask whether there's any part of this report that focuses on where the redevelopment is occurring. I know that you mentioned in areas where there is a need, which I feel like, the whole city has a need. I'm actually pro housing development. I totally understand people's wants for having our community, single family residential, but I think, we're reaching a reality where it's not like that. There's traffic because people are moving out, and I feel like we just have to accommodate, our folks, our people. We have to, build, like Mr. Rodriguez said, build up, but also do it safely. I know that, we brought up concerns about where these places, where this housing is being developed. There are so many industrial sites in our city, or former industrial sites, and we really need to make sure that these homes are being built in safe areas that are free of contamination, and that the engineering controls built into them are foolproof and are monitored in the future. And I'm talking about the areas around the Legacy, around the LA River, where there's known contamination claims, and where there has been residential development already approved and done. I also want to encourage the council to keep on asking for more affordable housing. I know that, I've seen you guys really try to negotiate that and work with some of these redeveloping agencies, and I really hope, that you guys continue doing that, because what's the point of having all these adding more units if people from our community can't or won't be able to afford to move into them? So those are my comments. Thank you.
We have Mr. Thomas Buckley.
Hi, this is Thomas Buckley. I guess my concern is, as we increase housing and so forth, which I'm all in favor of, people being housed. I think we have a homeless crisis, and it's only getting worse, as we even heard during the special council meeting. With that, we also have to think about the infrastructure. I get very concerned when I hear inviting more people to our city, as we should, so they can be housed. That's great. But on the same hand, we're not really doing anything about our street traffic, or worse yet, we're doing things that make it worse. So, for example, like the Amazon parking, we want to bring more trucks for that or the proposed thing on Pattaya, the Budweiser facility, which involves former mayor of Southgate. There's going to be a lot of trucks going in and out of that, and that's going to cause traffic. So if we're going to increase housing, if we're going to encourage this, we need to have our infrastructure in place. It's like having electric vehicles, but it's not really practical for a lot of people because we don't have the infrastructure. We don't have all the charging stations that we need along the road. And so when we think of housing, I think we have to think about, can our infrastructure sustain even what we have right now? I think the answer is our infrastructure is grossly just so weak compared to even what we have right now, over 100,000 residents. So anyways, I just want council to keep that in mind. Thank you.
We have no other.
Okay, I'll close Zoom. Here in the audience.
Yeah, I just want to give a few recommendations. That when we are building new housing, that we have as many rent control apartments as possible. It's very clear that we're going to have to build up. Density is our best friend. And as far as for parking, there's not much we could do at the city level because there are state laws such as parking minimums and no multi-family housing. I don't know if there's a way that we can ask for an exemption from the state to serve as the test zone that this could work. But in order to solve our traffic issues, it's going to take the city, county, and state, and even the federal government to transform into a transit-friendly neighborhood. If we build a city that is very dense and people can walk to everything they need, they won't need a car, and less people will need to own a car. There's less cars on the road, less traffic, more parking. And then on top of that, it's escaping my mind right now.
Take your time, we've got 2 more minutes.
Okay.
And if you don't mind stating your name for the record,
Oh yeah, my name is Ricardo. I was born and raised in Southgate. I'm 27 years old. My parents
we just needed your name. But you can tell us more.
My parents came here in the 70s. They met at Southgate High, got married, and started a family here. I'm a big proponent of mass transit for all, with more bus stations, making sure that people don't need a car to get around. A car is your choice. Believe in freedom. You should have the choice to take a bus, a train, or a car. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. Okay, seeing no one else come forward, I'm going to close the audience portion. So, Rena, I got to tell you, I brought this up before. It is, in my opinion, it was an unfair process. Our former city manager, Mike Glad, was out in what's the name of the city word is that? Jurupa Valley. So he's out in Jurupa. And Jurupa is about 6.5 times larger in geographically than Southgate. And they have the same population as we do. But yet, the RENA numbers for them are 2,400. And we're at 8,282. I gotta tell you, I've driven somebody crazy before. I'm good in math. I'm a bit of a mathematician. And that is ridiculous number. I don't know what formula they use. But look, we need to comply. I agree with the comments. In fact, did we ever adopt the inclusionary element? I know we had talked about it before.
Yes, we did.
We did, right?
Last year.
And what was the number, 15%?
It's actually 8%.
8%, we might want to look at that again, but,
We are actually going to be bringing it to you also.
Excellent. So we care about, we understand all the issues, right? If you bring 8,282 more housing opportunities here, our schools are already overcrowded. Unemployment is no bueno. You didn't have to translate. And parking is an issue. And to try to bring 8,282 more opportunities like this, and then, we're just talking about the sewer. More sewer usage there. I mean, it's just not, I don't understand the numbers, I don't understand how Marvina came up with those numbers, but it was not in our hands, we didn't vote on it, we had a say in it, but we've been complaining about it as a council, so, doesn't work, no, I'm sorry. And I love what you had to say, unfortunately, yeah, once we close that portion, we do that. But in any case, okay, council colleagues, any concerns?
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
I'm not sure if you addressed this, but I know in the report, it indicated, for low to moderate income, or inclusionary housing was 15 to 30%. And I know that we did pass something. And I remember, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was either 8 or 10%. But I think we should definitely look at that and make sure, that we address a lot of the needs that the community is having at this time. I don't know if that was addressed, it was kind of hard to hear.
Yes, we do have our inclusionary housing ordinance, which requires 8% affordable housing right now. We are bringing it back to council because it's stated in the ordinance that the council has the option of raising that to 10% this year. So there's a 2% increment per year and another 2% next year, up to 12%. But we will bring that to council for your vote.
Even though in the report it says 15 to 30?
We didn't catch that, can you repeat that, Councilwoman Alves?
Yes, in the report that we're providing, we're indicating that it's going to be between 15 to 30%.
Yes, currently, right now, we're receiving still a high number of ADU applications. We're receiving about 5 to 10 ADU applications per week, so we're still processing a lot right now. It's actually nonstop, and with the addition of SB 9, some of our developments have actually included SB 9 on top of ADU development. So we're getting up to 2 units in some areas for additional house on a single family zone.
Okay. So will it go up to 15 to 30%, or do we need to make those changes in the report?
The 15 to 30% is an accurate number.
So 15 to 30 is inaccurate, we get it to the report, so we're gonna make that change?
It's accurate.
She said it is accurate.
Oh, okay, again, it freezes on me, so I do apologize for that. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I think we're gonna have to take a brief break, see if there's a report, if there may be a lot of issue with this.
Uh-oh. Well, wait a minute, how come it's,
I got a report from someone here.
All right, so 5-minute break. Sorry.
5 minutes, please.
found out there was a problem and we're back. Okay, so, we have an item, if anybody has any questions or comments. I have a couple of comments and maybe some questions, real brief. In the report, we've identified some areas that could be for low and moderate housing and so forth. We're basically complying with the state requirement, right? That's what we're doing today, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so, but as far as, I know housing is a big concern everywhere, right? And we talk about the infrastructure being, concerned, but yet we're losing residents too, because the school enrollment is dropping. So people can't afford to stay even in our community. They're going to an Empire, they're going to Riverside, we're seeing the drop. I mean, I'm surprised when I looked at Valley Unified, they had some 700,000 in some of the schools 8-10 years ago, and now they're a little under 500,000. So, I mean, anyways, but I think it has to do with housing costs. When I look at our community, I look at downtown, down near the Royal Heights in that area, right around the river, I see housing over kind of by the river. So I'm thinking hopefully maybe we're gonna have the young man, Ricardo mentioned, transit, and we're gonna be transit friendly. I know we just got, so hopefully we can build some housing along the river. We're gonna have a station. We might have 2 stations, right? We have the train stations,
Yes.
right?
We have to.
And so hopefully we can build some housing along there that is friendly towards bus and transit and reduce some of our car print in the community. But that's all I have. I think we just comply with the requirements so that we won't get, and that's the other point I want to make. We haven't been dinged, right? Have we?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, and
No, don't say that. Yet means we're gonna get it, but we're
No,
not.
no.
And so basically, we're gonna be okay for another year.
I hope so, yes, for the adoption of this.
Thanks.
I'm okay, just comment. So just general comments, the number is a huge number, and when I was in planning, we looked at this number as well, and also, same comments were shared. It is a state mandated number, and, at that time when I was in planning, I looked at, how long did it take us to get, to build 8,000 units or homes roughly, and it took us approximately over 50 years previously to get to 8,000. And now we have to do it in how many years? 6? 8? Yeah. 50 years, and we have more land during that time than we do now. So the challenge of, building out and hitting the arena number, it's just almost an impossible task. But if I understand it correctly, we just have to get our plan approved and make it at least, just to make sure we have this incentivized development and attract, through programs, development in our community, but we're not mandated to physically go and build it ourselves, right?
Correct. This is just to provide, to prove to the state that we have the capacity to allow up to 82 units, 8,282 units. But we are not required to build 8,282 units.
And not approving a plan moving forward, we would be a jeopardy similar to City of Beverly Hills, right? Where the state stepped in and stopped them from, or disallowed them from issuing any new permits, even for home improvements, if I understand it correctly.
Correct. I mean, the state can go as far as, finding us $10,000 a day, or not providing us with, let's say, grants for our housing developments. So we just received a home grant of $5 million. If you don't comply with the requirements, they can go ahead and take that back.
Those were all mildly complicated.
Yeah, I just want to add that so that the public understands that, and it's true with the mentioned, we're not in the, we don't have the funding to build housing, that kind of housing. I mean, we have to, like you said, incentivize developers to come in and make that investment. So we could provide some incentives and zoning and all of that, but really we don't have the resources to do that.
Correct. We don't have enough resources. We do have our CDBG, home, and like I said, home funds. These are special revenues that we receive from the federal government or the state. But, we don't, in the city, we don't have development impact fees. Similar to, not having the funding for sewer or, our landscape and lighting district. Our city, we're very development friendly in that we don't tax our developers in terms of development impact fees. And again, that's a big loss to the city. These are monies that could go towards parks, could go towards road improvements, landscaping, all those things, but we don't have those fees. So right now, we're relying on special revenues to help us with our housing development. And just with the subsidy layering, it's costing about $800,000 to build one affordable housing unit. And, and so that's a lot of money that people can't afford, and that's why we're having problems with, affordable housing coming to the city, because they cannot make it pencil out without land being given to them. We do have a handful of parcels here in the city, which is our surplus land parcels, and those are land with restrictions. We're required by state to build affordable housing on those properties, and again, we're going to be bringing that before you, hopefully this year for proposed development. We have two right now that we're processing, which is the Habitat development and also Zork, Alma development, and that'll give us 25 affordable housing units. 11 will be, about 23 will be for sale units, and 2 will be for rent. And again, these are affordable housing units, but we've had to provide them with special revenues in order for these developments to pencil out. And we're still working on this, and it's been years.
Okay, we have a motion by myself. Second. We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Vedder?
Yes.
Councilmember Rios?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dahlia?
Yes.
Mayor McDonald?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, at this time, I'm gonna open this to comments from the audience. We're gonna go to Zoom first.
We have Mr. Thomas Buckley.
Hi, this is Thomas Beckley. I've raised this up many times. I'm hoping tonight that the city council will listen to my words. I know you guys and myself, we don't rub shoulders the right way, or all those, whatever however the adage goes, but seriously, can we just please listen to what I'm saying? I think it benefits the entire city. I'm asking this council nicely, can we please adopt a protocol for our special city council meetings? Either the protocol would be that if the closed session portion of the city council meeting, special city council meeting, has not yet occurred by 6:30, that you guys just postpone it and do it after the regular meeting. Either that, or if you could, or would, please move your special council meetings to 5 p.m. Because it seems that on the average, we do run about half an hour late for these regular council meetings. So can we do either one or the other? Can we just please give our residents the priority? Can we give them the courtesy not to place them on hold when we really don't have to? Either we have better planning, or we give them proper courtesy. I think our residents deserve that. And I think you would all agree with what I'm saying about the residents deserve better. We need to encourage more people to show up to these council meetings and to participate with our municipal government. It's scary. We just had 6 out of 16,000 respondents. And I mean, that's less than margin of error for a lot of, sample sizes. We gotta do better. We have to encourage our residents to participate. Whether they agree with you guys or not, whether they agree with me or not, I don't care. At the end of the day, we need more resident participation with these meetings. And I think we also should have a contingency plan for residents who are calling and they cannot connect. Every resident's voice needs to be heard. So I don't know what the plan would be, but I think it should be publicly be made available to all residents. Also, a resident reached out to me. She recently had her recycles audited by UWS. I guess they flipped the lids over I'm not looking fault in them, I actually believe what they're saying. They cited an SB bill, SB 1383, stating that they do require inspection of trash and recycling. So I just want our residents to know that things that you throw away are not necessarily private, so please don't treat them as such. And if council has any concern about this, as I do, please reach out to me at UWS. I think it's almost an invasion of privacy that UWS is going through our trash and recycling. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Mr. Mario Dominguez.
Mr. Glaze, could you please make the clock visible for us here on Zoom? I'd like to see how much time I have. Okay, so to the council members, you know, we have a city manager and we have a mayor. You know, they're the ones that determine how the format of the meeting is going to be. You know, people are getting out of work. You know, they're not trying to log in and, you know, call in. So you're going to want to schedule the regular at a decent hour where people can, you know, come home and tune in. You start moving it earlier, like Chief Buckley suggests. You know, they're still at work. They're still on the job. So I like the way we have it. The one suggestion that I have to agree with Chief Buckley is with the folks that are calling in, have some sort of music playing so that way they know when the meeting is in recess and there's no confusion as hey, is it going on or not. Well, you know, the thing I want to say to our city manager is, as we all heard, you know, the Patriots, they fired probably the greatest NFL coach to ever coach the game. What's the guy's name? I forgot the guy's name. Oh, crap. Anyway, they fired one, you know, probably the greatest NFL coach ever to lead them to the greatest of glory. And now we're bringing in this new city manager, Houston. And the thing I want to say, Mr. Houston, is, look, I want greatness for our city. You know, I need you to deliver. You know, I need a fighter. I need a hero for crying out loud. I don't need someone that's going to be sitting on their ass, twiddling their thumbs, well, praying and hoping, well, I need to help someone saves our ass here, and, you know, to save the day and then make shit happen for us. No, I need you to get in and fight for us and help us get the shit that we need. And for an example, you know, with this camera situation, the Fort Lauderdale blew it for us last year. You know, you're going to have to pick a side, Mr. Houston. Whose interests are you protecting? Are you protecting the interests of the residents? Are you going to be our hero? Or are you going to do the will of the council members and be their, you know, sort of front man? You know, what I want my city manager is to help us get to where we need to be, to move us forward, to fight for the residents and help get the residents the stuff that they want to see. What the hell's going on? The stuff that they want to see get done in their town. And there's another thing I wanted to link to the Patriots. What the hell? I don't know what the thought was equating the city manager. I kept it down, I was going to end it. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. So we had a bit of a problem with the timer there. Can you get it fixed? Here?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's see if we can get this thing going again. 1 second. I'm gonna put my timer for 1 second. I just like messing with it.
We have Mr. Bill Wallace. Online.
Bill Wallace, you're on.
Okay, do you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, yes, 8823 Bodine Avenue, Southgate. And this is my last opportunity before the February 5th extended deadline to encourage everyone to get behind the petition going around to roll back property taxes for children and grandchildren that inherit property. And they can find that online if they go to reinstate58.hjta.org. that used to pass on the same property rates. 5 months, her mother died. She has affordable housing units, and she got a notice that her property taxes were going to be raised $50,000. And she has no choice but to pass on that $50,000 or at least some of it to her tenants. Now, if this proposition gets the million signatures that it needs to get on the ballot for November, and if it passes, it will not only roll back the taxes for people at that time, but it will also it will retro to those who already had their taxes increased because of what happened with Prop 19 a few years ago. So please get behind it. If, again, the website is realestate58.hjta.org. Thank you.
We have Ms. Reese.
Good evening, Ms. Reese again from Kaufman Avenue. A couple of things I wanted to bring up. One, a couple of things that I saw on some of the community pages on Facebook. One related to the slides, and I know you guys talked about it last week, but just in case anybody from the audience didn't hear that last time and is chiming in, I know that a lot of people have been bringing that up, just the poor condition of the slides, and I understand, that you guys have ordered the equipment a while ago, and it's on hold, but if you guys can give a quick recap on that once, you guys do your department reports, and also the Tweedy and Long Beach Avenue street development project. There were concerns about the curb, the corner, I think it's the Walgreens corner, having bumpy rocks on them. And I believe recently it was asphalted, so I don't know what's going with that, how on the first place that was even approved as something, to put on our sidewalks, considering the trip hazard it would be. The last thing was just to make a general comment about having these meetings available on Zoom, and a suggestion. As a recent new first-time mother, I appreciate the opportunity to be able to participate through Zoom. I don't have anybody to take care of my baby late in the evening, and so I would have to, bring in a colicky baby to your meeting, so I wouldn't want to do that anytime soon. So I would push for you guys to keep these online. I know that there's some challenges with streaming these meetings, but I also want to encourage you guys to put the chat, because I personally didn't see any issues when you guys, at least not on our end, when you guys kind of logged off for a second or tried to fix something. So I would encourage you guys, if possible, to put the chat on, at least for things like that. I know that sometimes people can put inappropriate things, but I believe there's an option to at least allow for that. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
We have a caller ending in 853. Caller ending in 853.
Yeah, I just was listening to Liz Ruiz, and she was talking about the cover-up with the asphalt, and whose brain idea was that to put rocks in the median there. Once again, my mind is blown There is a walkway for pedestrians. The rocks are meant to be part of the landscaping. Pedestrians do not need to be walking in the landscaping. That's what the little path there is for. It's for wheelchairs and pedestrians. And this city, the residents want to complain about the misuse of money and wasting money. And here we are, we've gone through this beautification in this median and this landscaping, and for some reason, human beings cannot figure out that they're supposed to walk in the pathway and not in the landscape areas, which is what the rocks are. The river rocks that are put there to cut down on weeds, that is landscaping. That is not a pathway to walk on. So, I just don't understand what is going on with this landscaping and why residents can't understand where they're supposed to be. And I also like to address the whole trash thing. You know what? Good for UWS for digging through our trash. They're the ones that have to deal with contamination of other items that are supposed to be in different bins. They don't need non-recyclable items, recycling bins, that they have to pick out and that they have to pay to dispose of. It's not an invasion of our privacy. Once your trash is out there on the curb, it is public domain. Anybody can look at it, dig through it, take whatever they want. That's all I have to say.
We have caller ending in 712.
Good evening, everyone. I just would like an update on the Tweedy Mile Street improvement project, AD. I can't remember what it's actually titled. Is there an actual start time for these repairs? Thank you.
We have no other.
Okay, close the Zoom audience. Okay, now to those present here.
As I introduced myself before, my name is Ricardo. I've lived in Southgate all my life, and I want to raise my concern for the rising rents in the city. According to the U.S. Census, the median income in Southgate is $67,000, while the average rent for a two-bedroom unit is $3,000. It is safe to say that a significant amount of renters are using more than half their income on rent. According to your own report, 51% of city's threshold households spent more than 30% of their gross income on housing costs in 2017, and extremely low and very low income households were approximately spending 83% of their gross income. The U.S. Census also found that only 44% of units are occupied by the owner in the city of Southgate. That means that a majority of our constituents are renters and not homeowners. These trends worry me because they will lead to displacement and homelessness. According to the Harvard Business Review, wages for the working class have been stagnant since the 70s when they come from inflation. It is clear that the city needs to do more to protect their renters from displacement and potential homelessness. The city needs to pass a comprehensive rent stabilization and tenant protection ordinance. We can start with these measures, and if they already exist, they need to be enforced. First, limit rent increases to 3% or inflation, whichever is lower, every 12 months for all residential units. Second, landlords must register all their units with the city. This data will allow the city to know how many units are available and which are vacant. If the units stay vacant for too long, the city needs to charge a vacancy tax. Finally, tenants must be protected from retaliation and harassment from their landlords when they exercise any of their rights as tenants. Finally, the city needs to coordinate mass outreach to inform renters of their rights so they're not evicted illegally. By getting ahead of the housing crisis and prevent displacement and homelessness in Southgate, the end goal is to protect our neighbors and community. One final note, similar protections have already been passed by the city of Cudahy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no one else come forward, we'll close the audience portion. So as I call the as I go around the room, if you can give your report, but also respond to some of the questions that were raised tonight. So, Abdul?
Yeah, Mayor, I'm going to give my report and therein respond to some of the commentary that was made tonight. You know, as we're moving forward over these next few months, there's more projects that we're going to be starting construction on that are generally going to impact the public. Right now, we've got numerous multi-million-dollar improvement projects on major corridors like Garfield Avenue, Farson Boulevard that is nearly coming to an end, Long Beach Boulevard, which you're hearing about, and then we have a bunch of miscellaneous smaller projects. And so firstly, as we're constructing and investing and making a difference in the city, whether it's safety, traffic congestion, changing design to an updated design, or working on our infrastructure, because the city in many ways has outgrown its infrastructure, so we're making the required changes. I am asking the public for patience as we're going through the process. And by that, it means it kind of sometimes gets worse before it gets better. We start on streets that have problems, we start construction, and during construction, we inevitably encounter what are perceived as problems or concerns. And simply what's happening is that we're in stages of construction that is part of the construction process. And I ask the public to give us an opportunity to complete those projects so that they can get an understanding of what we're doing. For example, Long Beach Boulevard, what you're hearing tonight is part of a vision for the corridor to landscape it and green it in a different way. The city had received a grant called the Urban Greening Grant, and nearly $1.7 million or something like that, that are giving us an opportunity to put some landscaping of a different type, to bring a different feel to the corridor. We're installing boulders, river rock on the street in certain areas that, as Mr. Colino clearly pointed out, those are not intended for anybody to walk in. The problem is that in the course of construction, in that process, there, for example, in between a pedestrian push button and the walking corridor. So the concern is proper that residents can't get to that push button. But as part of the project, we're going to add new push buttons right next to the corridor so that they don't have to. So the perception issue is that we're building a problematic project, but simply they're just not completed. And when the design is completed, all of those concerns will be addressed. We had an outreach meeting, a neighborhood meeting on Garfield Avenue, where we got very similar complaints with what is largely in progress work. So I would invite the council, the general public, when they do have concerns of that type, certainly bring them to our attention in Public Works. At times are very valid. We worked with the police department, for example, on Garfield to put barriers in order to address interim conditions, but sometimes they are valid, and we'd like to know. So I invite the general public to call us when there are concerns. We will certainly vet those concerns to see what we can do as construction is being completed. Thank you.
In 1 or 2 sentences, can you respond to the question about Tweedy?
Absolutely. So the 20-mile complete streets project is a project that is going to make improvements on Tweedy Boulevard from safety, traffic calming, pedestrian improvements, and what have you. That project has been under design, and we're at the tail end of that. We're bringing that project to the council in the first meeting in February to present the status. Depending on the council input, we're going to be in the position to complete construction and actually go out to bid. Happy to report that we've received approval from Caltrans to bid the project, so we will likely bid the project sometime in March and start construction very early in June. In summer.
That was 53 sentences, by the way. But if that's okay, Tina, you're up.
Good evening. I'll go ahead and start off with the North Playground project, just to reiterate what was mentioned last meeting so that most of the community can hear that the project has been looked at, and we're actually looking to start the project in mid-February. We did have some delays just due to manufacturing issues and parts just not being ready, but they have been ordered, they're on their way. Like I said, mid-February, we're gonna go ahead and start replacing the slides. Once the slides are in and we have the footings in for those slides, we'll be able to then do the resurfacing of the rubberized surface. We can't do that until those footings are in. So yes, we're definitely not ignoring or neglecting the playground, it does take some time. As far as the rest of Parks and Rec, we hosted an open house on January the 13th. It was a lot of fun, we had a lot of people come through and just some of the newer classes that we're offering. There we also engaged in some of the basketball games that were going on in the gymnasium, did some like shootouts and some blindfold shots with the audience and trying to get them disengaged and pumped up for those games. So that was pretty successful. This past Saturday, we hosted the Centennial Ball, which I believe was the event of the century. It was a lot of fun. We had a lot of residents and business community there, and it was definitely well attended and a very fun event for the community and all those who were in attendance. Just a reminder, there's still an opportunity to purchase Centennial bricks, but that opportunity is coming to an end quickly. So if you plan on leaving your mark here in Southgate by purchasing a brick, please do so in a timely manner. And then that leads me to the time capsule burial, which is next Wednesday, January 31st at 10 a.m. outside of City Hall in the front. And that concludes it.
Meredith?
Thank you. This will probably touch on Mr. Ricardo's comment regarding affordable housing. I just wanted to inform council that we have launched an effort from our housing authority Section 8 to inspect 100% of our Section 8 units. That means we have about 350 units that we're going to be inspecting hopefully this year, hopefully before the end of the fiscal year. This will provide us with a baseline on how we're doing in terms of the conditions of our Section 8 units. And then in addition to that, we're also doing a QC, which is quality control, after this annual inspection of our units. We are finding out that some of our units need a lot of work, and we are working very closely with both tenants and landlords in regards to, the expectations from the city, from landlords, and also educating our tenants about their rights. So we're actually planning to have an open house for both landlords and tenants and educate them about that program. Thank you.
And real quick, I know that you don't really have to say too much on it, but I know the law changed in regards to when a tenant moves into an apartment, how much the landlord can charge. Is that correct?
It's actually right now it's maximum of 10% per year.
Yeah.
So it's inflation plus a maximum percentage that cannot exceed 10%.
That's one of the new changes beginning January 2024. Yeah, Wendy?
Good evening. Two things to report this evening. One, the Live Walk program that we had an event on last Friday that stands for Low Income Housing Assistance Program. At that event, we had 33 water customers that did apply for water and sewer credit. On the spot, we were able, or Long Beach Community Action Partnership was able to approve 8 of our customers, and then there was two additional people that had dropped off applications, and the remaining 23 of our water customers, they did take in their application. We just need some more documentation, and once that documentation is received, they should be able to be approved as well. Also, I just want to update you on our AFR, the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report for fiscal year 22-23. That was submitted to the proper agency at the end of last year. Now we're just waiting for a report from our auditors, which is a management representation letter to come, which will provide council the outcome of the audit. And, we'll be returning that to council within the next 2 or 3 council meetings.
Thank you, Wendy. John?
Good evening. We've been busy in human resources recruiting, and we do have a few positions that are still open. So if you go to citysouthgate.org and hit the jobs tab, you can apply. So in administrative services, we have We're looking for full-time positions, intermediate account clerk, accountant, senior accountant, so every level of experience, we're looking for that. In Parks and Recreation, some great part-time positions in lifeguard, recreation leader 2, grounds maintenance, and recreation leader 3, a personal trainer. Police department is looking for a senior administrative analyst, great position, looking for somebody with some good level of experience. It's a quality position. And in public works, we're looking for a full-time journey electrician. So I encourage those that are interested and qualified, please apply. It's a great place to work. Thank you.
Darren?
Just 2 items. 2 weekends ago, our Southgate Police Explorer post proudly represented Southgate at the Chandler, Arizona competition. There were 50 Explorer posts from 7 different states, and I got some time to spend with them. And you'd be very proud of the intelligence level of these young people that we're hoping to bring into the police department when they're of age. But they represented the city well. They competed. They understood that the tenets of teamwork, and we're going to have a barbecue for them. The associations are going to do a barbecue for them and their families, and we'll invite you when it happens. Also, I wanted to address an incident that happened over the weekend where a drunk driver struck a police officer's vehicle, hospitalized him. That, along with a number of speed-related traffic collisions and fatal collisions with DUI impaired drivers, I had a chance to talk to Mike Moore from LAPD. It's just out of control in the city of LA. Countywide, there's a lot more speeders, a lot more collisions involving impaired drivers. I did communicate my concerns to representatives from the DA's office, and our expectation is that they're going to be charging people accordingly. The plan for this year is to do a lot more enforcement, and we're going to be out there issuing more citations, looking for DUI drivers. We're going to take it a lot more serious by deploying resources that need to be deployed out there. It's just getting very dangerous on these streets. That's all I have.
And there was one incident, and I spoke about, where it was an individual that was a repeater of the UA. Is that correct?
We have a couple open cases that we'll be having some reports on in the next one.
And again, that's been an issue that a lot of people here in the city are concerned about, the speeders, people running red lights. It's just an assortment of things, and I think part of the problem is that you do your job and then it goes into the hands of the system, and then it gets rejected, and that is contributing to the problem. City Manager, Ron.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to give a small, quick reflection on my less than 2 months, but getting close to 2 months time. Appreciate seeing the birthday party for the city, the 100-year ball. That's one time to meet many old guard, the new guard, and the important people in the city, and get a chance to celebrate the great city of Southgate. I'm excited about the next 100 years. In the future, we're going to set up with the time capsule event coming up soon. And I'm also just, my reflection is that there's a lot of work going on in Southgate now that I'm getting to know how things work, and I'm impressed by the efforts of the council and the care they take for answering tough questions and digging into what our staff are reviewing, asking great questions. I think that engagement's excellent. Even hearing public comments where people are giving reflection and they want to ask questions. That's what makes a great city, where people are paying attention. They ask questions, they sharpen, we sharpen each other. And to just working with the staff here, I've been impressed with all the departments and the line staff of just taking on a lot of work. And there's a lot going on, from a massive housing element that takes years to finally get that through tonight, to address some lingering financial issues that have been around a long time, but actually taking them on, like sewer rates. Those are big steps forward to really make the next 100 years have a really good foundation. There's more work to do, but I just wanted to say I'm enjoying my time here, and I'm impressed with the work we're doing, and I'm looking forward to taking off together into 2024. Thank you.
City Attorney.
Nothing at this time, Mr. Mayor.
Great report, thank you. City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just, the only thing I have to say about the city clerk's office is that We're working closely with the LA County Register Reporter County Clerk's Office, getting ready for March 5th presidential primary election. Currently, we don't have a list of where to vote, voting locations, but we do have the 3 lists of the mail-in ballots where you can drop them off. That's the Hollandale Community Park, the Cesar Chavez Park, and the Southgate Civic Center here in front of the museum. All of our residents to register to vote if you haven't yet. There are so many residents in the city that are already registered, and less than half of us vote. It is a privilege, and I feel it's our right. My parents came to this wonderful country to give us and future generations the opportunity to do so. So I would like to express that to our residents and encourage them to come out and vote. Your vote does make a difference. And with that, thank you.
Mr. City Treasurer.
Nothing items to report, but just had a general question or two, but one for the chief. You know, I know that speeding is a public concern, and I've heard it, you know, from my constituents as well. Have we looked at, you know, the speed cameras? I know those have been approved. It's similar to the red light cameras. Those were removed because there were some issues with those, but now, I believe starting January, the speed cameras have been approved, and City of Los Angeles is implementing those in a few other cities, so maybe that's something we could look at, you know, maybe that discourages individuals from actually speeding and passing those red lights. So just that one, I don't know if there's any comments on that one.
That particular law that was just passed, effective January 1st, does not apply to smaller cities. It's a pilot program for 5 years with the bigger cities, the city of San Francisco, the county of San Francisco, the city of Los Angeles, and a few other ones in Los Angeles County. I think what's going to happen is they'll get their finger on the pulse of the effectiveness. I think if it proves positive, then they'll open up to other cities. But I did look in that, and it's off the table for now.
Okay, thank you. And the second item is on the bricks, just general question, would those be laid for Wednesday, or is it after the time capsule?
The bricks won't be placed until after the time capsule, because it's going to take some heavy machinery to get the time capsule completed, and we don't want to crack the granite bricks we put in. So once that part's complete, the bricks will be made.
Do we know in general, I know I had a few people ask, you know, that are interested in buying, you know, the bricks, you know, when would they go in, and just general question, do we have any timeline around when they would be set?
I don't have a specific date, but I can get back to you.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Avalos.
Thank you, Mayor. For our city clerk, just wanted to let you know, I was reached, the office of Janice Hahn reached out to me, requested, and again, I don't know, Tina, maybe you might want to chime in on this. They wanted to see if Southgate Park, the Henry Gonzalez Auditorium, would be available for voting during the 11 days. So if someone can get back to their office, specifically Matthew, I guess he had been trying to reach Steve, but has not been able to, and so when I explained, he understood. But they wanted to see if that could be a voting place as well for 11 days. Prior to the actual election night. I am attending the mosquito conference with Vector Control. I've been here since Sunday, and let me just tell you, it's very interesting and enlightening to know what Vector Control does to keep our communities safe from a lot of illnesses that these mosquitoes can transmit. Specifically dengue, Zika, and malaria. They went through this little, how it impacts our community, and I couldn't, stop thinking about, Mr. Clausen and his family. The devastation that the family's gone through, and how Vector Control actually does what they say they're going to do. And they are actually going to be launching a new campaign where they're taking all of the male mosquitoes, the sterilizing them and releasing them. So in order to make sure that our communities don't have to deal with those health issues that other countries are dealing with. So it's been very interesting, even to get to the nitty-gritty of the genetics as to how mosquitoes look alike, but yet genetically they're very different and they operate differently. Again, it's been really enlightening, and so I just want to tell my council colleagues, thank you for allowing me, to sit on vector control. And I think moving forward, we're going to be doing a lot more collaborative work with them. They're willing to come to our council meetings and give us a one-on-one as to everything that they're doing. And they're looking to partner up more with the city to provide more of that community outreach. Since I know they do a lot with Paramount, and I'm like, hey, we're not right next door, so don't forget about us. So, that's going to be in the works. Other than that, it was really nice event on Saturday. I really enjoyed, seeing a lot of the community members that were out. Those that have left and those that are still around and have left and come back, and just to reconnect. So it was nice to enjoy the party instead of having to host it. So, Mr. Rivera, you did a wonderful job. And thank you for that. But it was nice to see everyone there having a good time. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let's go to Councilmember.
I just wanted to add just that the voting has already been designated at the sports center during those 11 days, and the staff are already on it to make sure that it's properly staffed.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
If I can add to that, the LAPD goes through a regimen of places, locations, asking where they can go. One of the locations that was discussed was the auditorium. However, it doesn't correspond with the needs of our community. There's many classes being held at the auditorium for as many as days that the voting location needs to be used. But however, Ms. Avalos, I will reach out to Janice Han's office and let them know. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to ask actually a few questions, just to follow up on some of the things that we've built in the last few months. Wendy, this is regarding to the water rebate program that we started. Is there a cutoff for that program? Because I had some residents that were questioning and that did not receive the letter, or they maybe just discarded the letter thinking it was just advertising the fact of their bill. Is there a cutoff to that?
At this time, we have not designated a cutoff time. We're still processing those as they come in. When the city was closed for holiday closure, we're catching up on all those. So we've received approximately, I want to say 1,500 applications and made the determination from the 3-tier criteria, if these, for these particular months, if they qualified or not. And so we're starting to lastly enter some of those water credits.
Okay.
Yes, but as of this time, I haven't even, council had directed for me to come back and provide a report, so we're still doing a lot of intake. The application is at the counter and at the window if the water customer comes and pays the bill, and then also we have it online at the city of Southdale.org as well.
Thank you. And just to clarify, is it a rebate that goes back to their account credit, or is there an actual check that gets issued?
We are issuing the credit, and so the way the credit works, it does go against their outstanding bill. So let's say the customer they paid their bill in full, we will keep applying that credit each month until we exhaust all those monies instead of issuing a check.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Tina, I was wondering if we could get a little bit of an update regarding Circle Park. I had some residents reach out, and I understand that we are already with, design, and we're just working a little bit with Southern California Edison to go to that, and also Arturo, if you'd like to weigh in as well.
Yeah, Councilmember Earl, maybe I can take the lead in providing an update. Parks is collaborating with Public Works as we're managing the project through design and approval. From a design perspective, we've come to a conclusion on the design elements of the project. We're pending approval from Southern California Edison. California Edison has taken a position that is now reevaluating the project based on their latest standards for safety. There were have-nots, so at this point in time, they're uncertain whether they're going to approve the project. We've written them a very extensive letter documenting their input, their support over the last 5 years, their guidance, and there seems to be some changes, sir, but that has put us in a favorable position in terms of being able to demonstrate that they should, that it would be reasonable to deny approval of the project. So with that, they're intending to schedule a field meeting tomorrow, which they canceled, and it's subject to reschedule. Their intent is to come and evaluate our project improvements, look at what we're proposing, evaluate them against the safety requirements and standards and other, and then let us know where they stand with the project. At this point in time, we're uncertain what direction they're gonna take.
But this is not a project that is being held up because of funding. The project is fully funded.
The project is fully funded, yes.
And then just a little bit of a comment. I think, what we kind of have heard today, and just a little bit of what our community is saying, that, they want to be heard, they want to be, here. It's the first time we've seen, sorry if I don't remember your name. Ricardo come in, he spoke, he spoke, eloquently. We hear your comments, and this is what we kind of want to see more of. We want to see our residents be here, have their voices heard. We love to see our community come and visit us here. This is their home. We always say our chambers is their home, and it's something that we want to continue to emphasize to our residents that please be here. We're here to answer questions. We're here to hear your concerns, and we're really here to help along with city staff to address those concerns and questions and find solutions for those problems that we can find those problems for. It's not an easy job, but that's not what we signed up for, right? If it was easy, anybody would be able to do it. It takes time and it takes commitment. And first off, that's why I just would like to say thank you for being here. Thank you, Senor Antonio, for being here as well, let us know of your concerns.
Councilmember Rios. Thank you, Mayor. Very brief, just one, on February 3rd, there's a citizenship workshop in our park, right? Assemblyman Anthony Brennan is doing, so invite the public to come on down and become naturalized citizens, so they can participate in voting and other activities. So, I have no other activities. The other thing I'm really happy about is finally getting close to the swimming pool being open, January 29th, right, Tina? January 29th, so that's a big day for me.
Madam Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I just want to thank the Centennial Committee for putting so many events together. You guys have done an amazing job. And this past Saturday, everything just turned out great. So I just want to say thank you. Because you guys really went, you put your heart into it. And I think that every event that we had in the past year is focused on every resident. And those who participated, I think that they enjoyed each one of those events. So I just want to thank you, Tina, Steve, fortunately, he's not here with us, but the committee that it was put together, and you guys really worked as a team. because, you guys really did a great job, so, thank you. Also, I attended the, county sanitation, meeting, 2 weeks ago. And one of the reports that, they continue giving, it's the coronavirus, keeps coming up on the test that they do on the sewer. So that, and it keeps going up. So the coronavirus and the RSV virus, it's also continues going up. So, to all our residents, take care of yourselves, use those masks when you go out in big crowds, because it's still growing. So we need to make sure that we take care of ourselves, and if you guys have a cold, stay away. But mask, yes, wear your mask. Sometimes you are sick and you don't want to let other people know that you're sick. Please be cautious and make sure that we take care of others. Also, yesterday I was at the renaming of the West Santa Ana branch. Thank God, we don't have to name it the West Santa Ana branch anymore. It's the Southeast Gateway line. So that's a new name that it has been voted. It was open to the public to name this line, and this is the new name, the Southeast Gateway. So I think that name really reflects the area where it's going through. And I think that was and I think I don't know how many of us voted for that name, but I did vote for that name, so. And the total of votes, it was more than 4,000 votes, so it was good to hear that it was named. They had 12 different names to choose from, and that was the one that they got voted on. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I was getting a little late, but that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. First, I'm going to mention that the meeting tonight will be adjourned. Memory of Elizabeth Okich, I hope I'm pronouncing it correct. She's the daughter of our art director, Steve Crossley, and sadly she lost her dad. And we have her and Steve Crossley and the entire family in our prayers. I want to thank each member of our staff for making time to meet with me and Rob to discuss what we did, where we are, and hopefully where we're going in the future. You guys did an amazing job. I really wish that people really understood just how much work your staff has put together and how much you guys do to make the city function, which kind of sort of touches on the other things. And I heard comments about educating the residents about, we have the sewer rate thing going on. But if people really understood the entire issue with finances and what makes the city run, I wish people really knew the facts as to really how much effort our staff does to provide the services that they do with very little impact to our community. I've had many conversations with residents, and they really think that we have the highest in taxes, and that's just factually incorrect. And, I've had conversations with people, and I guide them to where the source of information is at. Don't believe what I'm going to say. Don't believe what staff is going to say. Look it up, and you'll find that the utility users tax, the sales tax. I keep on hearing we have the highest sales tax in the country. Well, I said this before, there's about 46 cities that have the same 10.25. We don't have a utility users tax, and all the cities around us have one. And they're pretty high in some cases. So again, when they're paying for the utilities, they're paying, anywhere from 4% to about 11% more than our residents are. And that's a source of revenue that we don't have, but yet the services are being provided. And I'm very, very proud of each member of our staff for making that happen. Okay, that being said, The Fraternal Order of Eagles will also be celebrating their 100th anniversary, so I will be attending the function, also presenting it with, that's on February 3rd, and again, an amazing group of people. We have a lot of groups like that, like we have the Fraternal Order of Eagles, we have a lot of women's clubs, we have the Kiwanis, the Rotary, and the amount of work they put into bringing activities to our community is done through volunteers, and again, I'm really grateful for what they do. And the last thing is about the 100th anniversary. That was phenomenal. Again, everybody who has been in it needs to be recognized. They really did a really good job. It was great to see a lot of people from the past. Hector de la Torre, Mike Platt was there, Captain Jim Equals was there. I wish I had seen him earlier, and I would have recognized him as well. Jorge Morales was there, Mohammed, Mr. Tommy was there, and many, many more. I shouldn't have started because those that I didn't name, I think I've forgotten, but a lot of really good people were there. It was an amazing event. You won't see me get dressed up like that anytime soon, I'll tell you that. But thank you for staff for doing that. Okay, let's go to consent calendar.
Agenda items 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 are consent calendar items.
Thank you. Let me open it up to our Zoom audience first.
Mr. Thomas Buckley.
Hi, this is Thomas Buckley. In regards to the water meter item, and forgive me, I don't know what item number that is, but I know it's on there. Well, I guess what concerns me is what I stated before the sewer, is that are we gonna now get accurate readings with this proposal? It's a lot of money. I think it was 500,000 appropriated, and I think there was another number, just over 100,000. That's up to the city manager, but you know, just very recently, November of last year, so we're talking 2 months ago, the city council chambers was filled with a lot of very angry people. And like I said before, they were lashing out at this council and the city for its corruption, or they view its corruption. Not the first time we've heard it here in these chambers. And what happened? Well, the city of Southgate admitted to a lot of things. They admitted to inaccurate water meter reading procedures. They admitted to improper training, poor software upkeep, lack of maintenance, human error, lack of substantial customer service. There's a list. And I am hoping very much that we're going to get on the right track with this, because rarely in life do we get an opportunity for a second chance. And it is so important that this works precisely and accurately, because as you know, our sewer is also going to be based on this water bill. How do they measure our sewer? We have a fixed and a variable rate. Variable rate, of course, is based on usage of your sewage, but how is that measured? Well, that's measured by your water usage. And so, there's a lot counting on this one. So I'm hoping the city of Southgate will do it right. We've got a second chance. Please do us right, and no more superfluous water bills, please. Thank you.
We have Mr. Mario Dominguez.
Okay, I'm not happy here, folks. I'm gonna start with 5, Hollandale Community Park Renovation City Project. Okay, so I would like some indication as to when Hollandale Community Park is gonna wrap up and come to some conclusion. I mean, here in this project, it was supposed to wrap up, what was it, October last year, then November, then December, and this thing, we're just paying month after month, again and again, we just keep paying and paying for this project, and there's no end in sight to it. This thing has gone the way of Urban Orchard Park. This thing is now becoming a disaster, and I would like some indication, some clue as to when it's going to end. Is it going to be before spring or after spring? Before summer, after summer? Before fall, after fall of 2024, give me some clue here. So that's 5. 6 is, the water meter. Okay, so now you're gonna pull the same hustle on us again, like you did last year, where you're gonna install new water meters, and the residents are gonna get ripped off, and go through the same bullshit of having to address the council members and say, hey, why am I getting a super inflated water bill? Where are you getting these meters from? Is it the same company that screwed us the first time around with last year, those residents that had to pay the high water bill? I don't know where you're getting these meters from. You gotta do a better job of getting good quality meters. And then there's, same thing with the building department. The building department was out of whack. They didn't know how to process the building and get that straight. I mean, I'm serious. These two departments here, the building department and the water folks, they need to get their act together. Well, when it comes to these meters, we can't have this shit happening again in here in 2024. And then the last one, 7, the HVAC, the heat and air conditioning stuff, the temporary rentals for the police, sports center, and city hall. So you're gonna take $175,690 from the general fund to pay for rental equipment to cool down and to heat the police department, the sports center, and the city hall. See, what I find atrocious about this item is that you have no problem taking general fund money to pay for rental equipment that you're not even gonna own. The city's not gonna own this shit. But last year, you all, before fucking water, said no to having a camera system that would better enhance and enable the residents to communicate and connect and take part in these city council meetings. And here we're talking about all night about, oh, we want to connect with the residents and we want the residents to engage in us. That's bullshit. I mean, what you did last year proves it. That's the proof right there. I mean, you guys are such hypocrites. You're talking about you want to engage your community with the community. You want to hear more from the community. Give us our camera, damn it.
We have no other.
Okay, I'll close the Zoom portion. Anybody here in the audience? See no one, I'll close that. Okay, Councilman.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Well, we can have any questions.
I would like to pull item number 6 for conversation quickly.
So, go ahead, what's your question?
So, my question is, Art, I know I reached out to you earlier regarding this. The total investment that we're making in these water meters is around $1.5 million, and that's including the design and all the projects and also the physical meters that we're going to be updating. My question would be, would this not be better invested if we actually did the job in-house ourselves? If we were able to hire workers to do these projects with the understanding that, we see a really large turnaround, and I know in that water department we're having issues with staffing in there as well, where we can use this as a project-based hire that can eventually turn into a full-time hire. Anything of that sort?
Councilmember Berlin, I think just generally, I'll give you a general answer as to approach to doing business and making infrastructure improvements through either capital projects or staff. In general, we have staff that's competent and able to make improvements like replace water meters, like fix sidewalks or what have you. But they have a full-time job with certain duties that are needed on a daily basis. Where we have major projects like $1 million to fix sidewalks, or in this case, we're looking for $1.5 million to replace meters. We use contract services so that we can continue paralleling tracks where staff is continuing to do fix sidewalks on a daily basis like they do, and we're able to accomplish a very significant amount of work through contract services. So what we're doing here follows that now. In terms of where we're at today we don't have the manpower and staffing capacity to take on a project of this nature without stopping essential services. Now, we certainly aspire to get more capacity to begin to do that as we're moving forward. And so as part of the strategy in an upcoming budget, we're going to be requesting, still needs some more discussion with the city manager, but part of that is requesting more staffing for the water division to increase our capacity to take on additional service. Like we'd like to bring on a crew of 2 members to replace water meters on a daily basis. They will move at a much slower pace than a contractor, for example. So if we want to accomplish bigger projects, it just takes a much longer time. So could it be done by staff? There's got to be an investment in staff, an investment in the meters, and there could be a savings there. It's a much longer time frame or having where through just contract services we're able to accomplish work at a much faster rate. So I think the skinny is simply this kind of work can be done by staff. We don't have the capacity. It's too large of a project, but we are headed in that direction, which still needs council and city manager ready and approved.
My concern is that this is not going to be a one-time project, right? We're only up to about 2,500 meters that we're going to be replacing once we do these 1,700 meters. So we have a total of about 14,000, leaving with about, let's just say 11,500 meters to do. So using that calculation, we're looking at another $7 to $8 million investment to complete the rest of the meter upgrade. At that point, I'm starting to think that, well, let's do this in-house. Let's figure out a way where we can make that investment into our employees, into hiring that department, making it fully staffed the way it needs to be, and then saying, all right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do this project in-house. It may extend that a little bit. It may extend it a lot. But in the long run, we're making an investment to the future of our city instead of making a one-time investment to fix a really small percentage of the problem when we still have another 3/4 of it to worry about.
Yeah, I think that would require more discussion and more analysis in terms of our investment, the impact, the schedule, or what have you. Because on the one hand, it's kind of a competing interest. On the one hand, we're in need of improving meter reading and what have you. And so if we go the contractor route, we're just able to accomplish that sooner and get to those endpoints sooner and focus on other efforts. Whereas if we go through staff, I'm not quite certain what that schedule will look like, and if we're 3 or 4 years down the line, not sure that that's going to meet goals. Just from a schedule perspective, for example, financially, there's going to come a point in time where whatever staff we bring on is going to finish, converting meters, and then what do we do with that staff after that point? Do we just lay them off, or do we just go with contract staff, where we can bring on contract staff just for that project, and perhaps there's a different approach? So I think something like this, perhaps at the staff level, we can discuss how we might be able to do business as we're moving forward, where we can analyze all the financial impacts, not just short-term for the city, but long-term through pension and PERS and everything that comes into play, so that we can give you a response and information through a fully vetted process.
I think when we have these type of projects where we see it being a long-term process, we should start looking at making those type of analysis of the project. I think that I would like to have had that information. I think it would have made this a little easier to dissect and really understand what the impact would be, because we're making a huge investment for very little number of meters being done. And I just feel that we can do better in using that 1.5 million for other staffing.
Understood.
Councilmember Brown, if I could follow up on Arturo's statement. I think it's a fair point. I think it's always important for us to look at opportunities to right size our staffing, balance the baseline work we have, the spikes that come in cases where it's a year or two of a lot of work and then it drops off, being mindful of if we staff up and that work drops off. We're trying to be good to our staff and don't want to get into layoff positions. However, if it's ongoing for many, many, many years, that's a good point we want to look at. I think one way we can take this under advisement, and as we're planning for budget requests for the coming year, that's a conversation I can have with Arturo about projects like this, and then we can probably break down the amount of man hours that are attached to, say, this project. For instance, 700,000 or so is the water meter cost. You have other design and costs, and break out what's the actual labor cost. How many hours does that work out to? If it's 2,000 hours, that's a full-time employee for 1 year. If it's 10,000, it's 5. But if a crew of, say, a contractor comes in, brings in 30 people, and they get it done in 2 months, and then they're out of town, whereas we might have to have one person do it over multiple years, or 2 people. We just have to balance all that, and I think we can look into that and provide more analysis in the future.
Yeah, related to this item, like we talked earlier, we were paying out when we were paying out some money for the water meter. We don't, looking back, it's been a couple, a month or 2 since this issue came before us and created a dilemma for the city. Is there more light share since then in terms of what really happened? I mean, why we were in this predicament? Was it the meter? Was it a human error? Do we know anything else since we brought this topic up?
Well, since we brought this topic up, we've not focused on further investigating what may have occurred. What we presented during that meeting was what we knew at the time, based on the data that was available. Instead, what we focused our efforts are the solutions. We started moving forward. We had already implemented solutions with our Director of Administrative Services and our City Manager. We've talked about the strategy that was presented. What are the next steps? Or there's a thought that at mid-year budget, perhaps we organize ourselves to begin to implement some of the solutions. So that's the direction that we're in. In fact, accelerating this particular project was one of the solutions we presented, and here we are requesting approval to award a contract. So that's what we're focused on.
Okay, so we don't anticipate this happening again. That's I mean.
Exactly, we do not. In fact, the meters that are before you are going to be automated. They're going to have technology so that staff doesn't have to read the meters. It's going to be uploaded automatically, and so it's one of the improvements in services that we're looking at.
Sorry, I have just one more follow-up question. I think where we're doing the meter is C1, I think it's the location.
Cycle 1.
Cycle 1 is where the 1,700 meters. Was that an area that was seen to be of high concern during our billing issues that we had?
The problem with attempting to identify where the issues is that we just didn't have data systems that would give us exactly that information. Where are all the problems? So we couldn't pinpoint that. This area was selected actually a couple of years ago as a second priority area in terms of being able to fully fund a cycle and a conversion. We put it on hold simply because there's yet another level of technology that allows through your iPhones to see real-time usage that perhaps the city may want to go in that direction. We opted now to stay in the direction that we're going because we've just learned that with the latest in technology we could convert over, but this location was selected some time ago based on just a priority for the next best location to make these improvements on a full cycle.
Thank you.
Okay, so a couple of real quick things. So again, we've gone through this thing about the water. It was an issue, and it impacted our residents that were very angry. But it didn't just impact the residents out there in the audience. It impacted the treasurer. It impacted Councilman Barone. It impacted then Mayor Avalos' mom's house. It impacted our current vice mayor's house. We are residents here as well. It didn't impact me. I mentioned that back then. But representing the people, we too were frustrated with this. You know, it was something that happened, none of us are happy about it, and we took action to remedy it. That night, a lot of people were angry, and at some point we paused, and a lot of us on council went out there and spoke to the people, and they started feeling a little bit like, wait, so you're gonna try to help us? And the answer was yes, that's what we're here for. There's a mistake, we're gonna fix it. At the next meeting, we took action, and that is why staff is going out to, trying to make sure that those people whose bills were high, we're gonna make sure that, it gets addressed to their satisfaction. So again, staff is, oh, Ms. Avalos, I'm sorry. I didn't see your hand up until now. Go ahead.
Pardon me, my system, for whatever reason, Zoom keeps dropping me, so I'm hearing half of what is being said. My question to Arturo is, I see this as phase 3. So how much of the city company are already upgraded to the new meters? And how much of the city still does not have the upgraded new meters? And we're gonna need to upgrade eventually.
But so the water system is equipped with about 14,500 meters. We've upgraded about 2,500. So with this project, we'll upgrade another 1,725. So there's still somewhere in the 10,000 amount to go.
Okay, what areas of the city have we covered already?
We've, I know we're covering cycle 1. I don't recall exactly what the other area was of the city that was converted, but it's certain information we can provide you after tonight's council meeting.
Okay. And how long is it going to take to the upgrades on the 1,700 meters?
On this particular project, if you approve the project tonight, we can start construction in April and be completed by September. I am hearing from my project manager that we might be able to reduce that schedule, but that's what we're currently committed to as the worst case scenario.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
And just, Mr. Mayor, if I may, just for clarification purposes, the cycle number does not correlate to area number. I know a lot of our residents have been very familiar with hearing, area 1, area 2, to 5. We have a total of, I want to say, I think it's 9 cycles in our. I'm looking at the map right now. I think I see 9, and so it's varies from different areas. So I just wanted for clarification.
Yes, so it does not correspond to the reference to areas of the city, which I think in some cases it's 5. For street sweeping, we have 18 areas. For tree maintenance, we have 18 areas. For water meters, I'm going to refer to our Director of Administrative Services.
So we have 10 cycles that we bill on a monthly basis. 2 of those cycles are Golden State Water, and the other 8 are City of Southgate.
Mayor?
Yes.
I want to make a motion to approve consent calendars, items 3 through 8.
No, you cannot, no. Because he has to recuse himself from item number 4. You're the dean at the college, right? And I think this can cover for college? Oh, you look at picture, you're volunteer dean at the college? Huh? I'm gonna recuse myself from 3, 4, and 7. Yeah, and I'll, so, am I correct there?
I think, the, council member Rios has in the past recused himself, out of the abundance of
Caution, yeah.
related to items dealing with the community college districts. There's an argument that you don't have to, that in the past you have.
Okay, I'll go ahead and be consistent.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll second the motion.
So, roll call.
Have Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Vajal?
Yes.
Councilmember Rios?
Yes, and I recuse myself.
Item number 4? Perfect. Vice Mayor Loza,
Yes.
Mayor Hurtado.
Did you go, withdraw? Yes, I should make a motion. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna recuse myself from item number 3 because the urban orchard is too close to my property. Item number 4, I coach at Southgate High and I do get compensated, with a stipend. And that project is right on Firestone. And item number 7, even though I do not get compensated as a, member of the Southgate Community Association, it has been a habit of just to be on the side of caution and optics, so I will recuse myself from 7 as well. But yes, on the others.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, so, item number 9. You want to read that into the record, please?
The item was continued from November 28, 2023, City Council meeting. The City Council will consider receiving a monthly report on the Southgate 2023 homeless census report by CityNet.
Thank you. Evelyn, it's all yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I'm glad to finally be able to present this report to you. So tonight I'll be presenting the results of the 2023 homeless census that was conducted earlier this year by the Southgate Police Department in collaboration with CityNet. To properly address the issue of homelessness, we need to better understand the underlying reasons behind what is causing homelessness in our community. In February and March of 2023, staff from CityNet and the Southgate Police Department jointly conducted a homeless census through a customized survey during which data was collected to help determine the leading causes of homelessness in our community. As you know, homelessness is a multifaceted issue that affects many communities. The uniqueness surrounding homelessness is that it does not have a certain age, gender, race, or specific reason behind it, so it can become very complex when trying to find a solution to the matter. The purpose that the census was conducted was for 2 reasons. Number 1, it was to identify a baseline number of individuals living without housing against which measure all homelessness, prevention, and intervention efforts. And secondly, to determine the demographic, asset, and other special characteristics of individuals without housing to better inform resource allocation. Prior to conducting the census, the group from CityNet did work with myself and other staff from the Community Development Department to customize the survey to make sure that we did collect specific information to try to identify what the underlying reasons for homelessness in our community was, or at least the leading reasons were. Once we conducted, or we created the survey and it was approved, the staff of CityNet also came out for about a week and rode with officers to try to identify any hotspots in the city and just map those in an area. Once that was done, then we did do 2 separate days, one in February and one in March. It was separated. They were initially going to be done just a couple days apart, but because of the weather conditions at that time, we had to wait because there was a lot of rain. And that's how we ended up doing one day in February and one day in March. Each team from CityNet was paired with an officer from the Southgate Police Department, and they went out and contacted each single individual homeless person that we came across. Each person was asked if they wanted to participate in the survey, and those that didn't want to participate in the survey were just counted for the census. So once the census was completed, the following key results were reported by CityNet. I know it's late, I do ask for your patience, I'm going to throw a bunch of numbers out at you guys, but I'll try to make it short. Through the census, we were able to identify 123 unsheltered homeless individuals in the city of Southgate, one of which was a minor child. Of the 122 unsheltered adults, 84 agreed to participate in the survey. So the following numbers that I give you are based on those 84 that agreed to participate in the survey. typical unsheltered homeless individual in Southgate was a Hispanic or Latino male between the ages of 35 and 44 who sleeps in Southgate and has been homeless for at least 1 year or more. 42.6 of them were chronically homeless or had been homeless for more than a year and have a permanent disability, substance abuse, or mental health concerns. 64.3% of the respondents had no income, and of the 34.5% of respondents who did receive income, most of them, or 37% of them, earned $501 or more per month before taxes. 41.7% of the respondents were not receiving CalFresh. 92.9% of the respondents reported that they primarily sleep in Southgate, and 40.5% reported that their last permanent residence was in Southgate. Out of the individuals that were surveyed, about 80% expressed interest in case management services or were already enrolled in such services. Now I'm gonna go through the presentation really quick just to go over some additional numbers that I think are very important to point out that we found through this census. And most of them are around the community ties and the main leading events that led these individuals to homelessness. So when asked what the main events and or conditions leading to their homelessness condition, the number one response, which was 22%, was divorce or family separation, followed by job loss, which was 20%. And the third one was loss of housing, which was almost 19%. Almost 30% of these individuals have been homeless between 3 and 5 years, with a small percentage, almost 4%, that have been homeless for over 21 years. And as I mentioned before, the leading age of the homeless individuals was between the ages of 35 and 44, followed by 22% of them between the ages of 45 and 54, followed by 21% that were between 55 and 64. 77.4% of these individuals were males and 22.6% were females. When it came to the race or the ethnicity of the individuals, 81% of them were Hispanic or Latino, followed by 13% who were white. So now when it comes to the community ties, I think it's really interesting and very important to know that 40.5% of these individuals had their last permanent residence in the city of Southgate. .2% of those individuals lived in a home in Southgate for over 21 years before they became homeless. And when asked what brought them or keeps them in this community, 18% of them said that they grew up here. 15% said they previously lived here. 13% said they had family. And 13% said they have friends here. Out of all of those individuals, 25% of them last attended Southgate High School, followed by other LA City schools. And the reason they answered why they stay in the community or the city that they are in is because they feel safe here, or at least that's what 26% of them said, followed by 15% of them who said it's less crowded in this area. The reason I bring those specific numbers up is because it really gives us a clear picture that the people that we see out in the street that are unsheltered really are our homeless neighbors. They really are people that grew up in our city, that previously lived next door to us or attended high school with us. So it gives homelessness a different face when it comes to dealing with these individuals and trying to connect them to services. So part of the report that CityNet conducted was also to give us some recommendations based on the results that they found. And they recommended, or they suggest, that we continue investing in low threshold services to connect them to shelter and housing. They recommend that we continue a coordinated city response to the densely populated areas such as around Atlantic and Firestone, the Los Angeles River and the Union Pacific Railroad, and around El Paseo Shopping Center. As 11% of unsheltered homeless neighbors in the city are living in vehicles or RVs, CityNet recommends further study into this particular subpopulation to explore strategies to connect them to long-term housing options. They also recommended continued efforts to connect homeless neighbors to substance abuse resources, mental health services, and agencies that work with those in need of resources. And because a good majority of them have been chronically homeless for a long period of time, they also recommend that we work with agencies that target those with significantly deteriorated physical health, mental health, and social skills to help them reintegrate them into society. I do want to point out that the census that we conducted is distinct but complementary to that of the HUD mandated countywide point-in-time count. However, the census for the city was specific, focused with more time, staff resources, and local questions that is generally possible within the framework of the point-in-time count done by LAHSA. And just to compare the results that we got through the census in comparison with the point-in-time count that is conducted by LAHSA for HUD. I'm going to let you know of the previous numbers that were reported by LAHSA in the last 3 years. In 2020, they reported that Southgate had 399 homeless individuals. In 2022, they reported that we had 340 individuals. In 2023, they reported that we had 309. As you can see, there's a significant difference in the numbers that were reported through the point-in-time count than that of the census. And I think the major reason for that is that we actually, through the census, we actually contacted each individual that we came across. So I believe it was a more accurate account for what our homeless situation actually looks like. So with that, I think, one last thing I will mention is that tomorrow, the homeless count is usually done the last week in January, which actually started today. Tomorrow will be the day that we do our point-in-time count for the city of Southgate. And we are still accepting volunteers, so if anybody is interested in participating in the homeless count, you can go to theycountwillyou.org and sign up through there. Now I'll open it up to any of you if you have any questions.
Let me first open it up to the audience on Zoom.
We have Mr. Mario Rodriguez.
Okay, so I like to do a couple quick solutions. And the only solution I can think of is the other river. Let these poor bums take their tents and set up on the other river. Ain't nobody there anyway. Ain't nobody going there. So the way I envision it, you have these little encampments of 10 or 12 people, and you put in those little porta potties, and then you bring in a crew to come in, once a week to flush out and clear out those porta potties, and then bring in the staff and the services that they need, medical people and nurses and doctors to, do exams and evaluations. Let them live on the Holy River. Get them off these streets and these sidewalks where you see them all over LA County. The other river's a great place where these boats live. Nobody's gonna mess with them. And you just space them out and take good names and pictures and to identify, okay, who lives where, and you have a record of where folks are living and where they're at. And give them some sort of spaces of their own on the other river. And then the big thing I have for the council members, LA County, they get all this money for addressing the homelessness in LA County. Well, what are they doing with that money? Are they giving it to little cities like ours? Do we get any of that money? And the question I have for the council members, what are you folks doing to get that money for us? What are you guys doing to pursue the funding that LA County gets and securing some of that money for us? This is what you guys are going to be doing to help fix this problem. Get us that money. That's all I have.
Thank you. Next caller.
We have no other.
I'll close the Zoom portion. Yes? Oh,
I just want to say that I really like this approach of tackling homelessness as a health issue instead of criminalizing the issue. I also want to say, as someone who lives close to the LA River, there are hundreds of people who use it to cycle, exercise, and just hang out with their friends when they want to get away from home. And I believe there is a couple of county or statewide, I believe it's called Project Keyway or Project, I forget what the name is, but I do believe there are county programs that we can participate to house houseless people. And the most successful way that has been shown to keep people less off the streets and homeless is if they take themselves in they're the ones who want the help. So it's up to social workers and case workers to lead them on that path where they come to their own decision.
thank you. There's seen no one else come forward, and we'll close the audience portion. Evelyn, I really commend you for the effort that you put into this. A few years ago, yourself and Officer Sakia, is that who went with us? We went out into homeless encampments to offer the vaccines for COVID. Remember that? And where I was impressed is that they knew you guys' names and you guys knew their names, which shows that you're very compassionate about the issue and you take this very seriously, and that's amazing. When you think about this horrible weather that we're going through, and when we're at home cozy and all that, they're out there. It's not like they're really, they're out there because there's no place for them to go. We talked about the price of housing and everything, and people are that close to becoming homeless as well. So again, we hear all of this, but again, great job. I've seen this presentation from you before, and I'd like to explain the gap between the count that you folks put together and the count that other people put together. This is more accurate, and it's good to know that it's about 120-something homeless people, not nearly 400. There's still ugly numbers, no matter how you slice it. But surrounding cities are going through the same thing. But again, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for the effort that you and the staff put together on addressing this. Colleagues?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Lieutenant Garcia, for the excellent report. Very revealing in the sense that you mentioned the age of the individuals, and that there's women out there too. We know that. The interesting thing for me was divorce, separation of family, like the number one. And a lot of people think it's mental or other issues, drugs, substance abuse, which are part of it, of course, job loss, but very revealing that a lot of these homeless, we kind of, let's stereotype them as folks that come out of from other places that end up here in our community. But now we know that a lot of them have family ties here, and and I've seen them at the college, and when they had one kid was coming there, and I guess, I don't know if he was bipolar or something, but all of a sudden he was out on the bench and passed away after several years of being homeless. So very revealing, I think, for us, and this is more of an accurate report than the Allen County, and I think you're right. It was a good investment to really get, and I guess the question I have is, you know, you've been doing a lot of work. How long have you been? Because it's great to have a key person like yourself that I can call when they're around schools or home schools that are playing because they're situated around schools or parks, and right away you go to work and working with some of the social service providers and the owners of the property around there and take care of the problem. But so where are we at? What do we have to do to continue to address this issue? I mean, from your insight, being in the front lines of dealing with this issue.
I think that's a very long answer question, because there isn't one thing or even 2, 3, or 4 things that we can do altogether to really address the issue. Only because each person's homeless situation is different to every other person's. They're very individual cases, but I think the most important thing that we need to continue doing is conducting outreach, because as the gentleman mentioned earlier, they do have to be willing to go into shelter. And the only way that we can convince them to go to shelter, if they don't seek it themselves, is to build that rapport with them and build that relationship with them and convince them to go eventually at some point. So outreach is definitely one of the most important and key elements into addressing homelessness, I believe. But it also, we need to have the resources available if we're going to be conducting outreach. And I think that's going to be the biggest issue, and the biggest issue that we have been dealing with, or has been the most challenging, because there are limited resources in this area, and homelessness only keeps increasing, but the resources and availability of shelters are not increasing. So.
Yeah, I'll follow up, because I hear that the shelter we have a partnership with the Salvation Army. People don't know that we have a certain amount of beds, and a lot of times they get full, right? Because we have a partnership with other neighboring cities. Do we need a transition housing like some cities are doing, so that, because a lot of the homeless I'm hearing that they don't want to go there because it's an open shelter and their items get lost, and there's a lot of issues with folks there, because there's a lot, you think of a warehouse with a lot of homeless people there, that it's kind of, not everybody wants to go there, and it's not a safe place for some. And so do we need to move in that direction?
I think it's an option. It's something definitely that's worth looking at. Competing with the county for space and for resources is really hard for small cities in this area. So looking at different options, I think, is something valuable that everyone in this entire southeast region should be looking at doing. The shelter can be difficult for some people at times, because it is a combined shelter with low barrier beds, which means that they allow people who are using drugs or alcohol to be in the shelter at the same time with other individuals that are seriously seeking shelter and trying to get out of the street. So when you combine them, it can cause some issues, but I think that's also an area where we also have to take part in educating them and letting them know that, or reassuring them that the shelter is temporary and necessary to get them in the system, get them into case management to eventually get them out. It's the first stepping stone, and it has to be done. For our area, our service planning area 7, the Valley Salvation Army shelter is the only shelter that we have available for our community members, so.
Anybody else? Okay, I'll make a motion to receive and file. We have a motion and a second.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Bahama?
Yes.
Councilmember Rios?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Davila? Yes. Mayor Hurtado?
Yes. And once again, great job.
Thank you. Ten.
Item number 10.
The City Council will consider approving the warrant register for January 23rd, 2024. Grand total is $2,461,740.39. Cancellations are 98996, 104280.
Auditor?
Thank you, Madam Clerk and Mr. Mayor. Go ahead and open it up to members of the Zoom audience. If you have any questions regarding the warrant registry and payments reported on January 23rd, 2024.
We have Mr. Dominguez on the line.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, I approve these warrants. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see no other.
Seeing no other, I'll go ahead and open it up to members here in the audience. If you have any questions regarding the payments that we're making here on the warrant registry? No, seeing none, go ahead and close it. Motion to approve. Second. Thank you, Madam.
Councilmember Avalos?
Hello?
We're doing roll call.
Okay, I couldn't hear anything. Yes.
Councilmember Bahama?
Yes.
Councilmember Rios?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Davila? Yes. Mayor Hurtado?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. We stand adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Are we going to close in memoriam Elizabeth?
And let her know that she needs to sign. Huh? All right, and we're adjourning the meeting in memory of Elizabeth, okay? And, is she still on?
Yes.
Okay,
She's been in and out.
okay, well, okay, she's listening, if not, we'll make sure she knows. Councilmember, please, if you can make some time to sign this